Ксенечка, я люблю тебя.
Hear my plea to the fallen, leave me to be with the broken one last time before I go. Hold the last burning ember, let us never surrender. May we rise up to the glory and the fall. For the weak and the broken, for the lost and forsaken, let us never surrender. May we rise up to the call. For the weak and the broken, for the lost and forsaken, let us never
Orc Hunters, how are we doing? Check into the stream. Day 180 of the war in Ukraine, August 22nd, 2022. I'm Andy Mercado. How are we doing? Everybody check in. Comment where you're tuning in from, what city, what state, where in the world. Drop a hey, drop a hi, drop a how are ya. We're on YouTube only tonight. Facebook, I don't know what the hell. Like the last couple nights last week, it just wasn't working at all. The stream was cutting out after like 15-20 minutes. Now I can't even get a stream to start with Facebook attached to this. So we're gonna be on YouTube only tonight. For those that tune into Facebook usually, I hope you do join us tonight on the YouTube channel for our coverage. How are we doing from Leaf Spring, United Kingdom? Cynthia, good to see you. How you doing from Bloomington, Indiana, small town Idaho? How are we doing this evening? So we're gonna get into it right away here. A couple stories before we go into the map update. Russian occupation officials in the Zaporizhia Oblast have obliquely declared the region's independence from Ukraine by falsely identifying Ukrainian citizens entering the occupied region as temporary asylum seekers. Fresno, California, how you doing? If this is one of your first streams over here on Mercado Media as well, I go into the latest news articles, news stories, the map breakdown showing the latest territorial changes and gains and losses from each side in the war in terms of Ukraine liberating cities and Russia taking cities, and then we'll go into all of the latest video clips and footage that has come out of Ukraine within the last 24 hours. Head of the Zaporizhia Oblast Occupation Administration, Yevgeny Belitsky, signed an order that designates Ukrainian citizens having an occupied Zaporizhia Oblast as temporary asylum seekers on Russian law. The order requires registration of Ukrainian and Russian citizens based on their place of residence or place of arrival in the Russian-occupied parts of the Zaporizhia Oblast and requires the distribution of temporary identification forms all stateless persons. Ukrainian Russians may register if they present proof of their temporary asylum application. International law states that a refugee is an individual from outside the country, or who is stateless, or who is seeking temporary asylum in another country to escape persecution. Russian law defines a refugee as a person, quote, who is an outsider of his or her country of nationality or habitual residence. Neither of these statuses properly apply to the majority of people crossing from unoccupied Ukraine into occupied Zaporizhia. So you're going to have some issues with some of the occupied cities in Russia, or excuse me, in Ukraine, that Russian forces have taken control over, and what their status is going to be, what statehood they're going to belong to. Russian occupation authorities are thus falsely claiming they're classifying all Ukrainians entering the occupied territories of the Zaporizhia Oblast as refugees escaping persecution in Ukraine. So they're labeling them as refugees that are escaping persecution, rather than just trying to avoid the war. The order also de facto, or likely because Russia's taking them or forcing them into the Russian territory, the Russian occupied territory, because Russia's bombing civilian populaces in all of these cities. This order also de facto identifies Ukraine as a separate country from the Zaporizhia Oblast entity as defined by the occupation authority. By classifying all Ukrainians as refugees, Russian occupation authorities are establishing a new legal category that might have its own restrictions. Hey, we have a $6.99 super chat from Steve. Thank you so much, Steve, for that super chat. Russian occupation authorities may use refugee status to restrict Ukrainians who temporarily return to occupied territories after evacuating from them. The order will likely affect Ukrainian citizens traveling to occupied Kherson Oblast via the checkpoint in Vaslivka, Zaporizhia Oblast, as well as requires the registration of individuals at the point of arrival in the occupied Zaporizhia Oblast, as Vaslivka is the checkpoint serving Kherson as well as Zaporizhia Oblasts. So they're gonna frame the Ukrainians that are just that are in these war-torn areas that Russia continues to hammer with artillery, that are trying to figure out where they're gonna go for safety. Russia's gonna classify them as refugees escaping persecution within Ukraine. All right, so now we're gonna get into the map breakdown, showing the latest territorial gains and losses within Ukraine. Map breakdown for day 181 of the war in Ukraine. There's three main fronts within the war at this time. You have the southern axis in Ukraine. Let me fix this. You have the southern axis here. You have the Donbass, the eastern front, and then you have Kharkiv and the international border with Russia. All right, and the other city on the other side is the city of Belgorod. These are the three main fronts in Ukraine. We're going to start in the east. I'm going to zoom in here, and then I'm also going to hyper zoom in each area that I'm talking about or referencing. So we're going to zoom in a little further to explore a little bit more of these villages and cities. So we're going to start here in the east of Ukraine. Some of the main Russian occupied cities: Izium, Lyman. I'm putting Severodonetsk and Lysychansk in the same circle. Popasna is right here. Horlivka, Donetsk, Lugansk. Russian advancing directions. Okay, again, the red arrows are the areas that the Russians are advancing or are trying to advance. Okay. And then the blue on the map is Ukrainian counteroffensive direction. So some of these blue arrows here. And then also the cities individually, I'm going to go around and circle them as we're talking about them, starting with the city of Sloviansk. So here's kind of like a zoomed out look at what this map looks like in the east. Now we're going to zoom in as we talk about each city. So that's what we're looking at here. We're going to zoom in up here and Sloviansk and Lyman and Izium. Here's Sloviansk. I'm going to also highlight Kramatorsk, which is just south of it. Here's Lyman. Izium. Here's a better look at their counteroffensive attempts. Here they haven't had any successes at all, the Russian military. And then also the Ukrainian counteroffensive advances that you see on the big map. So this is just a zoomed in look. This is just a zoomed in version of that. Okay, same look, just hyper zoom, and I'm going to do that for each individual city that we're talking about. So this is Sloviansk. Russian forces conducted limited ground attacks southwest and southeast of Izium near the Kharkiv-Donetsk Oblast border on August 22nd. Ukrainian sources reported that Russian troops attempted to advance on Dubrovny. This is the town of Dubrovny that the Ukrainians have recently liberated, or are working to liberate. So that's the town of Dubrovny. So Russians advanced onto it. Both within 25 kilometers southwest of Izium. Russian attacks southwest of Izium are likely limited in localized spoiling attacks and not coherent attempts to advance in a specific direction. The Ukrainian General Staff also stated that Russian forces conducted offensive operations in Krasnopilia, which lies between Izium and Sloviansk along the E40 highway. Russian forces continued to shell along the Izium-Sloviansk line and struck economic infrastructure in the city of Kramatorsk. So they didn't have any successful gains. Some civilian infrastructure was shelled in the town of Kramatorsk, which is just south of the town of Sloviansk. The Russian forces attempted to advance into Dubrovny. So you had some attempts here, but those were all quarreled. That they didn't have any successes in that area in retaking any ground. So the latest successes in Dubrovny, again, is going to be from the Ukrainian side in some liberation of that region. Right? That's the town of Dubrovny within this blue. Beyond that, nothing's changed. No map changes. The Russians fail miserably. This is on the side of this is a river. Lots of marshland here, and then once you get through the marshland and some of this wetland, it's just open area. So the Russians, it's terrible terrain, and then even when they get through it, it's wide open. Looking at it on this map, you can see the region. It's just all wetland, marshland, river. Terrible terrain to try to move a unit through to capture a city. So that's why they've had failures for 5 months now in trying to advance any further on the town of Sloviansk. It's just not going to happen. But that's it. That's it here in Sloviansk. No territorial changes, no gains or losses from either side. Just attempts on the town of Dubrovny, right below my camera. All right, next we're going to go to the town of Seversk. We're just going to be moving right along here. I'm going to circle Seversk, also on the bigger map. Here's Lysychansk and Severodonetsk in 2 circles, because it's a zoomed in version, so I can show more. Here's Lyman. Kremenna, where the Chechens are. Here's Popasna. And that's the Russian advancing directions in Soledar and Bakhmut. But we'll get to that. So this is a zoomed in version of this map. Again, here is the town of Seversk. So we're looking right here in this blue circle on the big map. It's just a zoomed in version of here. Russian forces conducted limited ground attacks southeast of Seversk on August 22nd. The Ukrainian General Staff stated that Russian forces attempted to launch an advance southwest of Spirny towards Vasily. This attempt to advance south of the Spirny area may be intended to advance on Soledar from the north and support attacks towards Bakhmut from the Soledar area. So likely looking to assist. So we're not really seeing any okay, so this is what it's saying. So this is the latest Russian gain in this region. I'm going to circle it in the green. And what they're saying is this is likely to assist in the Russian advances on the town of Soledar here, which we'll get to when we talk about Bakhmut. And to try to advance on some of the southern cities to the south, because all of these attempts to advance on the town of Seversk has failed miserably. They failed here just like they failed in Liman and a couple other of these cities in which they've had continuous attempts of advance onto it. So what we're likely seeing here in Ivano-Dorivka is the Russians trying to assist in the advancement onto the town of Soledar, which is a little bit further to the south on Bakhmut. But beyond that, there hasn't been any reported success of any Russian gains on the town of Seversk. Just gains here in Ivano-Dorivka. All right, we're going to go down to Bakhmut, which is what I was just talking about, and the town of Soledar, just a little bit further south. There's Bakhmut. All right. Town of Bakhmut. Popasna. Okay, those are the Russian advancing directions in Bakhmut. Now I'm going to circle it here so you know where it is in the full map. Still Ukrainian-controlled city, so just south of the town of Seversk, right here. The latest successes in this region have, again, come from the town of Soledar, and that's going to be from the Russian military, advancing onto the Nov Gips factory. So here's the town of Soledar, and this is the location of the recent Russian successes in this region. Okay. Russian forces continued ground attacks southeast and south of Bakhmut on August 22nd. The Russian troops continued efforts to advance through the town of Soledar, which is about 10 kilometers northeast of Bakhmut. Combat footage posted by Russian outlet Zvezda shows Donetsk People's Republic soldiers reportedly moving through residential areas of Soledar under the cover of artillery fire. The Ukrainian General Staff noted that Russian troops also attempted to advance on Bakhmut and Pokrovsky, a report which is supported by statements that Russian troops control the section of Patrice Lumumba Street, which runs from Pokrovsky into Bakhmut. Russian forces also continued attempts to advance north of positions in the Hilarivka area and fought around Hilidasov. Russian forces continued air and artillery strikes near Bakhmut and surrounding settlements. So you have the Russians advancing a little bit. There's reports of Russian advance a little bit further into the town of Bakhmut. Some video and photo evidence of the Russians on a certain street in the town of Bakhmut. Let's look up where that is on maps. See if we can zoom in on it. Another $14 super chat from Lewis. Thank you so much. And then a $14.99 super chat from Revenge. Good day, Merc. So good to have you back. We missed you and you're very appreciated. Thank you so much from Revenge for the super chat. And then a little more from Lewis. Thank you. So the town of... a section of Patrice Lumumba Street in Bakhmut. Let's see where that is. Okay, there's Patrice Lumumba Street. That's not in, that's in Ghana. There we go. Okay, so here's Patrice Lumumba Street. Right off the MO3 highway and the T0504 highway. Right between Bakhmut and the town of Pokrovsky. So what we're looking at here is going to be... Let's zoom in a little more. Trying to find it on our war map. I see it on GPS. Here's Patrice Lumumba Street. That's the reports of the Russians advancing onto. This is saying that they advanced through it. So this map's giving them a little bit more than here it is. So here's where the Patrice Lumumba Street is, right on the other side of the Russian front lines. We're looking at it right here. Let me move it. Let me move this a little bit more. Okay. So again, Bakhmut, Ukrainian-controlled city. Russian forces advancing onto Patrice Lumumba Street. There's video. Let me see if I can pull that up. And then I'll also show where it is on GPS so we can see what the terrain looks like. Number 12. Oh, it's coming from John Sweeney. Oh, here's the source. We're gonna have John Sweeney as part of the map update credit here. So this is John again. I was wondering when we were gonna get to that because what we saw yesterday in the live stream is John Sweeney's in Bakhmut reporting from the town, like he's on the front line. So I'm gonna include that right now. Pull this up. Yep, orange hats in the chat. John Sweeney. So here is the credit, again, to John Sweeney's reporting that the Russians are on Patrice Lumumba Street in Bakhmut and have advanced further into the city. What did he say before I play it? War Diary, Day 179, Lumumba Street, Bakhmut. Our end is held by the Ukrainians, the other by the Russians. This is John.
At the end of this street, which is called Patrice Lumumba Street, there is the Russian army. This end is held by the Ukrainians, that end by the Russians. There's a little bit of an artillery duel. What's sort of irritating is that the moment you switch your camera off, it goes bang, bang, bang. Some of the time, earlier today, from a distance, we heard an awful lot of artillery. Now, it just pops up every now and then. But this war is real, and right now, the only reason I'm able to say these words is because between me and the Russian army, there's a whole number of Ukrainian army soldiers who are defending my right to free speech. Democracy must be defended. Free speech does not come free. Love from the wrong end of Bakhmut. At the end of this street, which is called Patrice Lumumba Street, there is the Russian army. This end...
There, so he said it at the beginning of the video. At the end of the street at Patrice Lumumba Street is the Russians. So let's look that up. There's Patrice Lumumba Street. John's in John's in the town of Bakhmut, so he's in here. He was driving around. He's been showing reports. I'll show another one before we pull up the GPS. We'll look at those when we get to. We'll look at that. Like he's in. Look at. We're good to it. He's got Kevlar on. He's back. We'll get to that. He's in Bakhmut. We'll get to that. Get to all that during the video update part. Well, here is John. He's been driving around the town of Bakhmut.
This is downtown Bakhmut. You can get a flavor of how creepy everything is. The town is virtually empty. There's a tiny number, maybe 2% of the pre-war population left, and we're passing. It's hard to see it because it's just so dark, but there's a bloody great big hole in an apartment building there, windows smashed. Every now and then there's a crump from incoming Russian artillery. How far is the Russian army away, Vlad?
I think it's about 4.5 kilometers away, the closest troops.
So that's 2.5 miles, folks. That's a little too close to comfort, but remember that there is the very best of the Ukrainian army between them and us, and they've got, the Ukrainians have got drones and thermal imagery and cameras watching all the time. So although this is spooky, it's doable. But this is, you get some sense of it, just how grim
It's
this
apocalypse.
bloody
Real
war is.
apocalypse. It's like 100,000 people town empty.
Yes. And so, I mean, when people in the West worry about refugees or gas prices, remember this. This is how the ordinary, extraordinary people of Ukraine are suffering. This is why there are so many refugees, because Vladimir Putin's killing machine has stolen their homes. Love from Bakhmut.
So piecing those two videos together, you got a couple pieces of information. You said they're 2.5 miles away, and now we know where the Russians are. He said, here, we'll play this video because we missed this. This is just some catch up from previous. Well, we'll include this as part of the map update since it's relevant to Bakhmut. Larry just edit out all this live stream talking that I'm doing to the live audience. We post map videos in between the live stream. Shout out to editor Larry for posting just the map updates and cutting out all of this filler because I'm talking to y'all in the live stream. But this is John. So we have 2.5 miles and we have a street. So the Lumumba Street. So I'm going to put that here and we're going to get the distance. That's 4 kilometers. 2.5 miles is 4 kilometers away. So real quick, so here's where the Lumumba Street is. Right here. And then 4 kilometers. Oh. Why is that not in? Oh, it's just not far enough. Why is that? Why are we doing meter? Why are we? Okay, that's 1 kilometer. I gotta see about how far away that's gonna be from where Lumumba Street is. That's 1 kilometer. So let's go. There, that's 4.6, so a little bit less than that. I'm getting there. .5, a little bit more than that. Lumumba Street, 3.63. So they're like, okay, so just a rough estimate because it's not going to be like perfect. I'm going to zoom in here because now I kind of see where they're at. Oh, what are we doing? Okay, so I see where we're at here. So John Sweeney and the soldier he's with. Here's Lumumba Street where the Russians are on the dot on the screen, and about 4 kilometers away, it's going to be in this little pocket here where they're at. I'm going to circle it in the green. So this little pocket right here, these couple blocks that we're looking at, this is about 4 kilometers away, 2.5 miles from where the Russians are. And so we can actually advance this red line a little further into Lumumba Street. Here's where it is on the GPS. Let's see if we can get it on the ground. Doesn't look like it. I'm seeing farmland. You can just kind of see what it looks like from the GPS. Lots of forest, terrain, one road. Looks like it's going to be tough to advance further into Bakhmut from here. One main road to get towards Bakhmut. Gonna have to deal with some, looks like some factory style buildings. Industrial buildings. But here's where Lalumba Street is on the GPS and where the Russian front line is now on the town of Bakhmut. And John reporting from 2.5 miles away. One more report from John before we continue with the map.
178 of Vladimir Putin's war. You want to empty a city of 100,000 people, you do a Bakhmut. This is what Vladimir Putin's killing machine did to Bakhmut, the city.
And then again, John Sweeney, ex-reporter from BBC, has been reporting in Kyiv since the beginning of the war, taking a few weekends off for a couple weeks here and there, but he's been there majority of the time. Reporting from Bakhmut as the Russian advance onto the city. This is the only city in the east that the Russians have had successes. There's some successes south of Advika, which we'll get to, but this is the main focus in the east of concern of Russians advancing onto and threatening a seizure of a city.
It's pretty much empty. There's maybe 1,000 people left. Middle-aged couples walking home laden with water because the water is cut. A guy runs a kebab shop, the last one in town, where he had something to eat. An old lady in a kiosk selling Coke and iced tea, not very cold. And a beautiful old lady, a member of the aristocracy of the human soul, who I think has been disabled her whole life. She's wheelchair bound, electricity's gone, but she doesn't want to leave because she organises the aid for the disabled people here, some of whom are paralysed, and she fears that if she goes there will be nobody to look after her flock, if you like. We're going to try and do something to help her get some kind of electricity supply so she can communicate with her aid donors and contact with the outside world. You could call these people the walking dead of Bakhmut. There's a bit of, I think that's incoming. But I'm also thinking about the walking dead, the other walking dead, people in Westminster and in Britain and in Europe and in the United States who don't get what Vladimir Putin's doing, who kind of want to appease him. And there's no chance of that whatsoever. If we appease him, we're foolish. That's outgoing. But we've got to stand up to Vladimir Putin's killing machine, or else the whole of Ukraine will be like what's behind me. By the way, I'm freelance. I'm here at my own expense. So if you can bung a quid to me on Patreon, that would be lovely. Simple message to Vladimir Putin. Vladimir Putin, do fuck off.
Vladimir Putin, do F off, and we'll get to John's updates from yesterday and today as we continue on. The video update section comes after the map breakdown, but I wanted to include those because John is the source from the Russian front line, which is 2.5 miles away from where John is in Bakhmut. So we're seeing some evidence of Russian successes here in the town of Bakhmut. All right, and that's your report there. So now we're going to go down to Advika. So we have two reports of Russian successes looking at the big map. I'm going to circle them in the green. Haven't had any reports of Ukrainian counteroffensive successes in the region yet. So we're seeing one here. And then you got one here. Bakhmut. Lalumba Street. Okay. Next we're going to go to the town of Advika. Here's Advika on the map. Hyper zoom. Oh, I need to do the full map screen. There we go. That's a better screen to use. There's a town of Advidka. Still Ukrainian controlled. Then I'm going to highlight the Russian cities, the Russian controlled cities, Donetsk, Makivka, and Oleksandrivka, because that's the location of where the Russians are moving into Marinka. Okay, in the town of Pisky. And then the advances that have failed directly onto Advidka. So this is what's going on in this region here. Just kind of a breakdown of what you're seeing is the Russians are trying to advance the front lines, the Donetsk front lines outward. So that way the Russians can try to advance on Advidka from the west. Because all of the advancements all summer long, for forever, however many days now, it's been, I mean, for 8 years they've failed. Trying to advance on Advidka. They've had incremental gains within the invasion, but nothing threatening to take Advidka. So now, in the past month or so, the Russians are advancing on some of the villages southwest of Advidka and trying to extend this front line outwards in Donetsk. Try to extend this outward however far they would need to, so that way they can push on Advidka from another avenue. Try to make a U shape around it, similar to the strategy they had when they took Severodonetsk and Lysychansk. They're trying to do the same thing here in Advidka, as well as in Bakhmut. They're trying the same thing there. Circle it, level it with artillery, shell all the civilian populated areas, encircle it, and then hit them from another direction. Tire out all their resources, fighting them head on, and then go around, and then push them from a different direction. So that's what you're looking at here. Let's see what the update is. Russian forces continued ground attacks near the northern and western outskirts on Donetsk city on August 22nd. The Ukrainian General Staff reported that Russian troops attempted to advance on Advidka from Novoselivka and Druha and Kransionivka, which is both less than 10 kilometers north of Advidka. Russian troops also attempted to push westward of positions in Pisky on the northwestern outskirts of Donetsk city towards Novelsky and Pravomiryatsky, which fighting is reportedly ongoing. Russian telegram channels continued to report on Russian attempts to advance through Ukrainian fortifications on Marinka, southwestern outskirts of Donetsk city. Social media users in Donetsk city additionally reported a large explosion at a Russian ammunition depot in the east of Donetsk city. Russian sources claim that there was an explosion that was the result of a Ukrainian strike. So just attempts to push further, but no gains. So just continued attempts to try to gain more ground here in the town of Marinka. So you hear Marinka and Pisky. Here's Marinka and here is Pisky. And the Russians trying to further that front line outward, but there hasn't been any reported successes of that taking place. So just reported attempts at doing so. Nothing, no successes as of the 22nd in gaining more ground in Advidka, and that's the report. Shellings of civilian populated regions that continue, but beyond that, the front line has not been extended further. So nothing to report here, but I'm going to include the green circles on Pisky and Marinka, because those are the other two locations in which we've had Russian successes as of late. So I'm going to delete the blue circle. Here's Pisky, and here's Marinka on the big map. So again, in the green circles, that's where we're seeing some Russian successes and gaining more ground in the east. Nowhere else. I'm only highlighting where we're seeing gains. Okay. That's it on Advidka. Next, we're going to include the next portion of this eastern update, which includes some of the Zaporizhzhia Oblast, which kind of connects some of the southern axis, but it's right next to Donetsk, so they're including it as part of the update. And this is what we're looking at here. I'm going to zoom out a bit. I'm going to circle Donetsk so you know where we're at. Here's the city of Donetsk. we're looking at here is the Marinka and Pisky. And what we're looking at down here is Volnovaka and some Russian advancements here in Zaporizhia Oblast, which is, again, kind of right between the southern axis and the eastern front in the Donbass. And we're looking at right here in this yellow. I'm going to circle it in the green. Right here. That's where we're looking at. Big map down here. Down here on the big map. All right, let's get the update. Russian forces conducted several ground attacks southwest of Donetsk City near the Donetsk-Zaporizhia Oblast border on August 22nd. The Ukrainian General Staff stated that Russian troops fought near Novo-Mykolivka, which is 25 kilometers southwest of Donetsk City, and around Mykolivka, Vremrivka, and Velka Novoselivka, which is all in western Donetsk Oblast within 10 kilometers of the Zaporizhia Oblast border. Russian forces also continued efforts to cut Ukrainian lines of communication around Vuhledar and shelled Vuhledar and surrounding areas in order to gain access to the Vuhledar-Marinka road. Let me zoom in a little more on that. All right, so this is zoomed in a little more. Vuhledar is still in Ukrainian control. Oh my goodness. Oops. Vuhledar is still in Ukrainian control. Let me delete all that. Here's the town of Vuhledar. And then showing the Russian advancements, or trying to attempt to advance in the region. So that's where we're tracking. So we got to track Vuhledar and the Russian advancements and successes within the region. Thank you so much, Andrew. Glory to Ukraine. Andrew Reese with the $5 super chat. Thank you. But no reported successes, only attempts. So lately, that's it there. So lately, the Russian successes are circled on your screen in the green now. We're looking at about 5 of them, 5 areas in which we've had Russian successes in the Donbass. And that's going to be on the town of Seversk, just to the southeast of Seversk, but that advancement is likely to assist in the Russians that are advancing on Bakhmut. And then you have the advancement of the Russians that have made it into Patrice Lalumba Street in Bakhmut, which is this green circle just south of that. And then you have the Russian successes in the town of Pisky and Marinka, which is they're trying to push out the Donetsk front line to try to advance onto Advitka. And then you have some Russian successes in trying to push the border towards Zaporizhia. They're 10 kilometers away from the Zaporizhia border on the south. And those are the 5 locations of Russian successes here in the east. And that's your report from the Donbass. Next, we're going to go up to the supporting effort of Kharkiv City and the international border. Big map. Here's Kharkiv. Here's Belgorod. And then the international border, I'll just highlight that in the green so you know we're looking at. This represents the border between Ukraine and Russia, and it just extends downward along the solid red line. Russian forces did not make any confirmed territorial gains on August 22nd. The Ukrainian General Staff stated that Russian forces are attempting to improve their tactical positions around Kharkiv City in unspecified locations. Geolocated footage shows Russian soldiers in Rubenzin on the right bank of the Porichchi Reservoir, and Russian news outlet Izvestia reported on August 21st that Ukrainian forces maintained positions 500 meters from Rubenzin. Russian forces conducted airstrikes on Potomnik and Stary Saltiv and Verkhnyi Saltiv. which is both on the right bank of the Perchiny Reservoir. Russian forces continued shelling and UAV reconnaissance throughout the entire line of contact. Zooming in on that. So this is what we're looking at. So again, I'm zooming out. We're looking at Kharkiv and Belgorod. I store these cities in my brain, and sometimes I get them mixed up. But we're looking at the east of Kharkiv. I'm going to zoom in now. Here's Staryi Saltiv and Verkhny Saltiv. I'm going to use the green because we already have a lot of red and blue on the screen. So here's Verkhny Saltiv. Oh, that's kind of... Nah, I will use blue. Verkhny and Staryi on the east, on the west bank of the river, and you have the Russians and the Ukrainians exchanging artillery fire, with reports of the Russians hitting civilian populated areas within Staryi Saltiv and Verkhny Saltiv. But beyond that, there hasn't been any reported territorial gains or losses. So looking at the big screen, big map, that's going to be here. Staryi and Verkhny Saltiv, right on the bank of the river, right on that western bank. But no gains or losses from either side, no successes in liberating cities and villages from Ukraine, and there hasn't been any reported of the Russians having any successes in taking any ground in the region. It's been very much a war of attrition in Kharkiv and Belgorod. There's hardly been any changes on a mass scale throughout the entire summer. If anything, over time, the Russians have lost territory. Like, there's been more Russian losses up here since the start of the invasion. But as of late, there hasn't been any successes from the Russian military or the Ukrainians in liberating ground in Kharkiv and Belgorod. Next, we're going to go to the southern axis of Ukraine. Oops, I don't know why I'm doing that. The southern axis of Ukraine. I'm going to highlight some of the key Ukrainian cities. You got Mykolaiv, Kryvyi Rih, Zaporizhia. And I'm also going to highlight Nikopol, which is the city on the other side of the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant. Ukrainian counteroffensive directions. I'm also going to highlight Odessa. Also going to highlight some of the key Russian cities here in Kherson, Novokhovka, Melitopol, and Mariupol. Also the Zaporizhia NPP, in Inodahar. NPP. Right there. All right, let's get the update. Russian forces conducted multiple assaults on the Mykolaiv-Kherson line and likely captured the front line of Bladotny, Mykolaiv Oblast, approximately 35 kilometers from Mykolaiv city on August 22nd. Russian sources reported that Russian forces captured Bladotny on August 22nd, and the Ukrainian General Staff seemingly confirmed that these Russian claims, stating that Russian forces had unspecified partial successes near Bladotny. 1 second. We're good. I needed water. Yeah, I needed some water. My damn throat. It's like I got a frog in my throat. We're good. Ukrainian forces struck both road bridges across the Dnipro River in the Kherson Oblast on the 21st to the 22nd, likely rendering both unusable for heavy transport. Ukrainian advisor to Kherson Oblast military administration head Serhiy Klan claimed that Ukrainian forces struck again the Antonivsky Road Bridge as Russian convoy was transporting ammunition across the bridge. Okay, let's zoom in on that. Another strike on the Antonivsky Bridge. We're not seeing, the Russians aren't reporting from the bridge anymore. So here we got Mykolaiv and Kherson. Here's the city of Kherson. Oh, bigger circle. And then Mykolaiv is going to be in the blue. And the Antonivsky Bridge, I'm going to highlight in this green. Here is the Antonivsky Bridge that continues to get shelled. HIMARS in the chat. Yep, HIMARS systems in the chat. And then I'm also going to highlight over here because it might get referenced. I'm not sure if it will. But here's Nova Kakhovka. And the dam, which is another major river crossing, that has also continued to get shelled. The dam crossing, there's a bridge there. Just quickly, let's use GPS and go there. Or maps can freeze, that's cool too. I'm gonna try to get maps working again. That's awesome. Come on, Google Maps. HIMARS in the chat, y'all. I'm trying to pull that up so we can look at it from the top down on the GPS. Like Google Maps continues to fail. Okay, new window. Okay, we're going to look at this area from a top-down perspective. Here's Kherson and the Antonivsky Bridge. Crossing the Dnipro River. Here's a view. That's horrible. That's not the view I want. There we go. So here's a solid view of the Antonivsky Bridge, and this bridge has been shelled now, I mean, most of July and now into August. Try to take this bridge out, which will prevent the Russians from being able to cross into this northern region of Kherson. So if the Ukrainians are able to shell these two bridges, the Antonivsky Bridge and the Nova Kakhovka Dam, this will cut the Russians off. Just drawing a line on the Dnipro River. Everything north of this line, the Russians will have a very difficult time in resupplying the troops that are up there, bringing them fresh gear, equipment, which they're already struggling to do across all of Ukraine. But this would significantly damper the Russians' war effort north of the river, because those are the only two crossings, and Ukraine's shelling them. Ukraine's shelling both of them. So we have reports of further shelling of the Antonivsky Bridge here in Kherson. Put that on the big map. Antonivsky Bridge. Let's continue. Russian and Ukrainian sources reported shelling at a thermal plant in Yinodahar, approximately 5 kilometers from the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. Geolocated footage posted on August 22nd showed damaged water lines and a stalled car with a deceased driver after Russian forces reportedly shelled the thermal plant. Yinodahar Mayor Dmytro Orlov denied Russian accusations that Ukrainian forces shelled the thermal plant from their positions in Nikopol across from the Dnipro River from Russian-occupied positions in the Zaporizhzhia Oblast. So the Inodahar mayor is denying the Russian accusations that continue. The Russians are accusing the Ukrainians, we're going to zoom in over here now, of shelling the Zaporizhzhia NPP, which is their entire purpose of taking the plant, because then they can use it as a provocation, or say that anything is a provocation on the NPP. There's Nikopol, here's Inodahar. The location of the Zaporizhzhia NPP right here. ZNPP right here. Okay, so the Russians took it as a nuclear shield, so that way any type of shelling or anything that happens to the plant, they're just going to blame on Ukraine, as it's right, the Ukrainian-controlled city, and military targets are right across the river, Marionettes and Nikopol, and they're using it, and so that way the Russians can shell targets in cities to try to assist in the Russians' defense of the southern axis without receiving any shellings back. Because again, that'd be a severe threat to the entire plant in the world, or that region of the world, because it's a nuclear plant. It could be a nuclear disaster if there was a strike ever to happen at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, which is why the Russians have taken control of it so they can use it and do whatever they want out of it. They have all their grad trucks in there, firing rockets out of it, storing military equipment there, just using it, and then provocating anything else that happens around it, so that way they can still use it to their advantage. Very, very shitty and gross situation going on with that. Trying to get the IAEA inspectors in there to check it out. The Russians are saying that the IAEA can't travel through Kyiv and the capital of Ukraine due to that being the quote-unquote front lines of Ukraine, and the Russians want the IAEA to travel through Russian front lines so they can propagate that to their people, saying, look, the nuclear inspectors are traveling through the Russian territory to go check it out. Look, this isn't the front lines, it's just all part of their information war. And why it's important for the Russian side to not have the IAEA travel through Kyiv, because also then it would like be like the IAEA, or they would frame it as if the IAEA is like pro-Western in this situation, or just however they're going to frame it to their people to get them to feel marginalized, because that's the entire goal of like the Russian propaganda, which we're going to get to later. Just totally reminded me of a video from Roman from a few days ago, talking further about the Russian propaganda, and we'll get to that on the live stream. But that's what's going on at the Zaporizhzhia NPP right now, and the latest report from that. And that's about it. That's the major reports going on in the southern axis of Ukraine as of August 22nd, 2022, or day 181 of the war in Ukraine. That is the latest territorial changes. There hasn't been anything in terms of liberated villages on the ground, just continuous reports of civilian populated areas, villages that are shelled continuously in the regions. That doesn't stop, especially between Mykolaiv and Kherson. So a lot of the civilian shellings that take place in the southern axis is right here, right in between the green circle, or the green rectangle, however you want to look at it. That's where a lot of the shellings are taking place between Mykolaiv and Kherson. But beyond that, there hasn't been any changes on the ground. And of course, the big situation down here in the southern, there's two major situations we're watching for. It's going to be the southern, the counterattack it is continuing. We're seeing evidence of Crimea continuing to be shelled, and key Russian ammunition depots and military bases in Crimea getting shelled. The people of Crimea, the Russian, the ethnic Russians that are vacationing in Crimea are evacuating. The Antonivsky Bridge and the Novokakhovka Dam continue to get shelled now on a weekly basis. And we're going to get to the news story of the U.S. sending more weapons, which indicates that the Ukrainians are gearing up for a ground assault. Like that's what they need to do, ground assault and ground battles here to gain territory. They can't gain territory off of artillery shellings alone. That'll soften the region. That'll soften the enemy. Right, that'll keep the enemies hunkered down, but you're not going to gain any territory on the ground from that. But the U.S. is sending weapons and equipment to assist them in doing so, like MRAPs. We're sending them some MRAPs and some infantry style weapons and equipment to assist in like gaining some ground here, which is going to be crucial for the Ukrainians before the winter kicks in and the territory changes and the weather changes, and winter will change the entire situation on the ground no matter what. But that's it for the ground. Nothing's changed. Shelling of civilian populated areas. We're watching the counteroffensive, and we're watching the Zaporizhzhia NPP, the nuclear power plant. Before we're done with the map update, we include a couple further updates talking about the mobilization and force generation efforts within Ukraine. No updates on that, so there isn't any updates on the types of military that Russia's sending into Ukraine and what they're being paid monthly, the names of the battalions that are going over there. Nothing to report on that as of today, but I do have a report on the Russian-occupied cities in the southern axis as well as other areas of Ukraine, including Donetsk and Lugansk and some of the villages in the Kharkiv Oblast. Ukrainian civilians attacked a Russian soldier in occupied Melitopol overnight on August 21st to the 22nd. Footage of the aftermath shows Russian soldiers carrying an injured soldier on a stretcher away from a crowd on the street. Ukraine's Resistance Center reported that Ukrainian partisans attacked a Russian soldier who harassed an underage girl, but did not specify the method or result of the attack. Castration, hopefully. Ukraine's Resistance Center reported that Ukrainian resistance activity is actively inhibiting occupation authorities' efforts to set conditions for referendum in Kherson Oblast, causing unspecified preparation efforts in Heshensk, Kherson Oblast to fail. Ukrainian resistance activity is actively inhibiting occupation authorities' efforts to set conditions for a referendum in the Kherson Oblast. So that just backs up my further backs up my assumptions that Kherson will not be a part of this annexation of some of these cities. Likely, like the Russians had set a goal for September 11th for these cities to be annexed. Kherson will not be one of them at all. Kherson won't be one of them. Looking at Melitopol's having problems. They can't control the civilians in Melitopol, having huge issues there. Mariupol, they don't have basic needs of a society to thrive, like plumbing, garbage, care. More than half the city is just completely destroyed. There's very little inhabitable space in Mariupol for people to live in. Just a mess in Mariupol right now. Complete mess. They have no control over the city, so likely are only going to see Donetsk and Lugansk as a part of this referendum to become a part of the Russian Federation. Similar tactic as the Russians did in Crimea back in 2014. They're going to do the exact same thing, but they had very big goals of doing that in Kherson, as well as most of these cities like Melitopol, Berdyansk, Mariupol, for sure Lugansk and Donetsk. Kharkiv is one of those goals, but Russia doesn't even have control over Kharkiv, so that's not going to happen. We'll see as we get closer to September 11th. I haven't seen any reports that September 11th is a hard date anymore. It was one, no longer one, of annexation of these cities. We'll keep up on that. Well, there isn't anything further on that. So some key takeaways. So a summary of everything I just read and went over. Russian-backed occupation authorities in Zaporizhzhia Oblast have obliquely declared the independence of the occupied areas of the oblast by falsely identifying Ukrainian citizens entering from unoccupied Ukraine as temporary asylum seekers. Russian forces conducted localized spoiling attacks southwest and southeast of Izium. Russian forces conducted ground attacks southeast of Siversk and northeast and south of Bakhmut. Russian forces continued attempts to advance from the northern and western outskirts of Donetsk City and conducted limited ground attacks southwest of Donetsk City. Russian forces made marginal gains along the Mykolaiv-Kherson line. Ukrainian intelligence stated that Lugansk People's Republic, the LNR, will start general mobilization processes on September 1st. Primorsky Krai announced that the formation of a new repair and volunteer service battalion. Ukrainian partisans continue to conduct attacks against Russian forces in occupied Melitopol, and that is your map update. Anything you guys would like to see further on this map update, hit the like, hit the share, hit the subscribe. Let me know in the comment section anything you guys would like to see changed or anything you would like to be added to these map updates. Thank you guys so much for tuning into the map update. See y'all on the next one. Except for the live stream audience. Y'all aren't going anywhere. That's just an ending for the map video. Y'all aren't going anywhere. We're not done yet over here. And also, again, if you want those map updates posted by themselves, they will be edited and that will be posted tomorrow. And that will bring more people to the live stream because y'all see everything. I mean, you're here for the map update, here for just general conversation with y'all, and as well as the video breakdown, which you're about to get to. So check into the stream really quick, y'all. Any questions you guys have about everything that I had just went through on the maps before we get to video, let me know in the comments, or if you don't have any questions, let me know where you're tuned in from. Where, and I'll shout you out. I know y'all did at the beginning of the stream, but now please check in again. Need water. It's a shitload of talking. Dark Karma 9.99. Thank you so much for the super chat. Any questions or anything you would like me to go over? Thank you, thank you. Any comments, concerns? Hi Andrew, thank you for all your well from Tampa. Also, Facebook audience, I do apologize. Anybody that's here from Facebook, live on YouTube only. Facebook is a no-go right now. Not even wanting to go live, so. Hey man, just watching from, appreciate it. Los Angeles, how you doing? Thank you. Ontario, Canada, also join our Telegram channel. Join the Telegram, the link is in the description for update blasts, quick updates about Mercado Media, live stream notifications. Hello from Albany, Oregon. This is the Q&A section. Any questions y'all have before we just run through the videos? Anything you would like me to double check on or look up? Did we win the softball tournament? We got second place. I forgot the trophy in my vehicle. Otherwise, I'll have it behind me. Yeah, we got second place, y'all. We went 5-2. 7 games in a row yesterday. Hello from Scotland, Fresno. Tasmania. The nuclear plant, went over that. The Zaporizhzhia NPP. I have I can look up the latest on that as part of an article. I'll get the latest on the NPP for y'all. Anything else? We had to face it's called a C team. We're a D team. So in adult softball, you have a different classification based off of how skilled you are. And we had to go against a team that is they're way better. They're highly skilled. So it was a tough game. All right, I got the latest on the NPP ready to go. Any other questions you would like me to look up while we're doing? Send all video to our Discord our Discord server if you would like to. Hello from Alaska. How you doing, Alaska? Condition of the bridge. Of the Antonivsky Bridge. Got it. We'll get that queued up. Antonivsky Bridge. We'll get that queued up. Perfect. All right. Anything else you guys would like me to see? We're going to do this next. I'm pulling up articles and things that we can look at. Anything else? How about the car bombing? We went over I have that actually. No, I don't. I had it when I edited my YouTube stream. Dugan. Alex Dugan, daughter. His daughter. Okay, got that queued up. Anything else? So we got Alexander Dugan's daughter. The HIMARS strike on Antonivsky Bridge in Kherson. Nuclear power plant. And I have a couple other articles already ready to go that we can look at. U.S. believes Russia is planning strikes on Ukraine infrastructure, and then the update for Independence Day festivities, which have been actually canceled in Kyiv. Zelensky's canceled the upcoming activities that have been planned in the capital city of Kyiv due to threats of Russian strikes on the capital. That's a lot of people to gather. Likely after seeing the parade that they had put out of all like the dead Russian vehicles and tanks, there was so many people out there in Kyiv. So the president likely saw that and was like, well, we can't have all these people out in Kyiv. That's an easy. Russia sends a cruise missile like they've cruise missiled Kyiv throughout the summer various times. It's not like the capital's been safe. Zelensky knows this. Probably to try to keep as many people safe as possible and not have that much gathering of people outside. To be very dangerous, as the Independence Day is looming. It's in 2 days, the 24th. $20 super chat. Is the pontoon bridge the only bridge left, and will all bridges need to be out before the next offensive? I mean, they don't need to all be out, but the two major ones is the Novakhovka Dam and the Antonivsky Bridge. They need to take those two out. I haven't seen any reports of that pontoon bridge being returned. They destroyed that as well. Hey, Vitaly, good to see you. All right. Thank you all for your questions. Let's get into it. It's also a 420 friendly newscast over here on Mercado Media. I got a new strain. Blueberry. I can't remember the last part of it. It's blueberry something. Let me pull this up now. Get to our articles. Blueberry something or other. Here we go. Let me get my ticker back on screen. So starting here with this nuclear power plant. Russia to convene UN Security Council meeting on Tuesday to discuss, quote, situation at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. Roman Petrenko from Monday, August 22nd, 2022. Office of the Permanent Representative of Ukraine of the United Nations reported that the Russian Federation has requested to convene an urgent UN Security Council meeting to discuss, quote, the situation around the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. This is another just desperate attempt by the Russian delegation to use the UN Security Council's tools. First of all, to divert attention from the planned meeting on the 24th of August. Second, to blame Ukraine for the attacks on the ZNPP that Russia itself is regularly carrying out. Russian media earlier reported that the Russian Federation was urgently convening a Security Council meeting to discuss the situation of the ZNPP, quote, related to relentless Ukrainian provocations. Russia has asked UN Security General Antonio Guterres to give a speech during the meeting. So it looks like we're going to have some updates with the ZNPP. We're going to have Russia requested a Security Council meeting for tomorrow. I'll see if that happens. And then also, again, Ukraine's Independence Day is coming up on the 24th. Could be some big events coming up in the next couple days around that power plant, around Ukraine's Independence Day. A lot going on this week in Ukraine. A lot taking place. So here it has to do with the supply bridge in Kherson and the Antonivsky Bridge. Ukrainian forces have used HIMARS rocket systems to halt Russian repairs to a key supply bridge in occupied Kherson as they continue to press on the southern front line. Online footage shows a fiery explosion on the Antonivsky Bridge after at least 15 people were injured as a result of the broad daylight shelling on Monday. Oh. Let's see if we can pull up video of that. That's on the 27th. Here we go. Local reports that smoke is rising from several sectors of the Antonivsky Bridge. HIMARS in the chat. More here. So that was from the 8th. That's old footage now at this point.
Осмотр Антоновского моста Херсонской области.
So they've been shelling it to try to prevent the crossing. That's from the 27th. I'm not seeing anything new. Let's see here. Top. Here's a photo. The Antonivsky Bridge near Kherson looks very crisp this morning. Reports say that up to 10 Ukrainian missiles have hit the bridge. Oof. So there's a photo, the latest of the strikes on the Antonivsky Bridge. So this is at least the 5th confirmed shelling of the bridge in the past month. The shellings have increased. It's almost like an expectation now. Daniel, Russia has not destroyed a single HIMARS system. You continue saying that. The more, just because you say it doesn't mean it's true. That's not a thing. There's another photo. A little bit zoomed in a little more. You can see the bridge and the smoke plume, the explosion. Wonder if they can target the actual structure that's holding it up in the water. I'm not a infrastructure expert. The struts or whatever the hell that's holding the bridge up. I don't know why they're not hitting that. Well, they are hitting it. Here it is. There's another photo. Early morning photo. Red sky in the morning. Some of y'all know the phrase. Better watch out. Better watch out in the morning time. Stand 2. Oof. There's a little better photo of it. No, Ukraine isn't. That's what we're going to get to that. We will get to that about the next wave of U.S. weapons and what that means for the counteroffensive coming. The Ukrainians have not had the equipment and the gear and the ammunition to carry out a ground offensive in terms of being able to take back territory. It's very difficult to do. You can't just do that by shelling cities or shelling targets. You can't do that with artillery alone, right? You need air. The only way to gain ground is a solid infantry, a solid ground infantry and tactics and ability to do so, to carry out on the ground, right? You need air support and you need artillery is good. But the Ukrainians haven't had the ability to carry out ground battles in the south to extend their front lines and extend their liberated territories as much as they're going to with a new wave of U.S. weapons. New weapons for Ukraine suggest preparation to closer combat, from the Washington Post. The Pentagon is sending new weapons and equipment to Ukraine that will better prepare its military to fight Russian troops at closer ranges, potentially signaling that Kyiv and its backers see an opportunity to retake lost ground after weeks of grinding artillery duels along the front lines. Ukrainian officials have openly been discussing an offensive on the Russian-held strategic port city of Kherson, but there is little evidence along the front lines that Ukraine is prepared to execute an operation that would require large numbers of troops, armored vehicles, and powerful close-range weapons to overcome the numerically superior Russian military. Again, numerically superior, not by skill at all. They have more numbers. The latest package appears to be a first step toward addressing some of the shortfalls in the weaponry Ukrainian forces would need to launch a counterattack, particularly across mined areas in the approach to well-entrenched Russian positions. An offensive would include an ability to attack from a variety of distances. Nearly $800 million in assistance announced on Friday, which was last Friday, will include 40 bomb-resistance vehicles equipped with rollers to help detonate mines. So again, you got Russia using that mine roller, little mini tank with a giant backpack that you got to operate it with. It's like I don't even know if it's satellite controlled, remote controlled lawnmower looking thing. Whereas Ukraine now is going to have some of these MRAP Max Pros with the mine rollers on the back. So here's a picture of what that looks like. Man, those things are nice on the inside. Way better than the Humvees and shit we had to drive. Again, I served in the military. I was an 88 Mike. So I touched many of these types of equipment, anything with wheels on it. I didn't get to train on the mine roller though, so I have no idea how this thing works. But because thank goodness, I couldn't imagine being in the front vehicle. I got my pucker factor whenever you wanted to be in the lead vehicle, of course, because you're in the front. But I mean, these vehicles are in the front. They're the ones detecting the mines. They roll over the mines, or in our case, when I was in, it was IEDs. I'm not seeing proof of Russians using IEDs, but they are using mines, so they're mining regions. So this will help. These will help destroy those, and as well as they can use these in a convoy. You can see they have a turret on the top. So a lot of these have what's called a crow system. I'm not sure if the Ukrainians are going to get the crow system as part of these, but you can mount a 50 cal up there. I mean, you can mount a. I don't think they have 240s. I'm seeing a lot of PKMs and Dishkas, which are the 50s, but the PKMs or any squad automated weapon you can mount up on top and have a gunner, but you can provide security to your convoy up there, as well as be a mine clearing vehicle. So it's designed, the front of this thing sticking out is designed to blow up the mines. Let's pull up a video of that. Max Pro. There's so many of these different Max Pro, MRAP, mine roller. So here's the Max Pro. This is so weird report. Because like I remember when the US Army got these. Oh wow. And now here oh wow. Alright, here's Max Pros. It's so weird. I unironically like trained on this shit like in the military. Now I'm talking about it now. These things are badass. Top heavy though, you can't take a quick turn. Don't be driving these things and taking a quick one, because it could yeet sideways. Pretty top heavy. Ukraine isn't gearing up for a full-blown, full-scale assault, though. They're trying to take back Kherson. That's it. There isn't any reports of Ukraine trying to take like Mariupol or any of the other cities. This is just they're one area at a time. They're not doing a full-blown assault operation right now. This is focused in Kherson. So these are fine for that. There's a gunner in the top, the gunner hatch. Yep. Oh wow, is that the crow system on there? You can use manually. And they got a Mark 19 up here in this one right now. That's an automatic grenade launcher, and to stop using those. When was this video made? We stopped mounting those 2021. Those Mark 19 grenade launchers will fuck up targets. This is it's an automatic grenade launcher, dude. Like we had to stop. They had to cut those out of the convoys because dudes were just like fucking things up with those. So that's what it looks like essentially. I'm trying to find the mine roller. That's the Max Pro. Here it is.
Thinking I wanted to get this real quick. This is a mine roller. MRAP.
See how far out it extends away from the truck? Also, the trucks and these MRAP vehicles that the U.S. uses and that we're sending to Ukraine, they have what's called a V-shaped hull underneath the vehicle. So even if, like, say this truck misses a mine or an IED in our case, but for Ukraine it's going to be mines, the truck will still be able to take like a blast and not kill everybody inside of the truck because the hull underneath is shaped like this. So the blast goes outwards underneath the truck instead of directly up into the cab and kill everybody.
Big limousine drivers have a hard time to pick this out.
These things are a pain to just.
Black thing in the front looks like a flag comes down. And its heat sets off infrared IEDs. That's a lot. That's the ASV, Armored Security Vehicle.
Hey, ASV, anybody train on those?
This is that map flame wrap. Alright, that's it.
No. Let's see if there's any more on that. The ASV. I'm surprised we haven't sent many of those. Where is the... I'm surprised there isn't more on that. I'm amazed that I can't find like a MRAP mine roller video. Max Pro 4. Let's do this. Oh, here we go. Perfect. From Funker. Shout out to Funker530. Of course, Funker does, I mean, they do coverage of the Ukraine war as well. Funker does a great job. Welcome, Greg, to level 2 on the YouTube channel, and welcome, Diana. Thank you again. So here's a mine roller saving a vehicle crew from an IED that was posted in 2014. You can see the mine. So we saw an up-close video of it in the previous video of guys showing it, and here it is sticking out.
Fuck! I knew it. I fucking knew it.
Fuck, dude.
Fucking big, man. Yeah, I know. Got it on film too, maybe?
Saved everyone, though.
Hit Sancho?
No, it was fucking the mine roller. It was right underneath
Yeah,
the...
Sancho's mine roll, right?
Wow. Let's see the trucks. The truck's good.
Right underneath the fucking, the tire that blew off the first part.
There he goes running again like he's trying to do something. Get back in your truck, you dumbasses. Look at them all run like fucking retards.
Pucker factor.
It worked the first time. What makes you think you're gonna do it again? That's fucking tight. You got it on camera, man. Look at that.
That was a big...
So one more time. One more time with that. I'll turn it down some. It's in the front of the vehicle. Complete. It destroys. It's destroyed after
I
that.
knew it. I fucking knew it.
How big was that one?
Fucking big, man.
Yeah, I know.
And then the truck is intact, and it protects the crew or the crew in the vehicle from taking that blast on full impact. So Ukrainians will use that so that way they're not rolling over the mines in their counteroffensive, because the Russians have planted lots of mines along the route to get into Kherson as well as other places in Ukraine. So again, that's the MRAP mine roller vehicle. Very surreal to be talking about it like that. Or train on it. U.S. security aid in recent months has focused on long-range rockets and howitzers, such as multiple-launch precision rocket systems known as HIMARS, to support Ukraine in the brutal artillery fight in eastern Donbass region. Those weapons have been effective at precisely targeting enemy command posts and ammunition depots and have led to a reduction in the scale of Russia's shelling, but they have not shifted the front lines. We haven't seen a significant retake of territory, but we do see a significant weakening of Russian positions in a variety of locations. The Ukrainian troops have struggled to punch through Russian-held territory or capitalize on earlier counteroffensives, such as one near Kherson in June that liberated villages in the region. That's along the Inhluetz River. Whenever you hear Inhluets, that's north to south of Kherson, and the villages on Davdiv Brid on each side of the bank of the river, and the Ukrainian successes in liberating those villages along that river. Ukrainian forces have not made much progress since then and have found themselves exposed in flat terrain as Russian troops surge artillery units into the area and launch reconnaissance missions to probe Ukrainian defenses. The tow missiles being sent to Ukraine can either be set up on a heavy tripod or loaded onto the back of a vehicle of a Humvee. So we're sending tow missiles. So we got Max Pro Mine Roller MRAPs. We'll get to that video. Oops. We'll get to this in a second. We're sending tow missiles. A tow missile. Here it is. Credit to this video from Air Source Military on the back of an 1151 Humvee. At the range. That is the tow missile. Ukrainian, I mean, they could. Listen, Ukraine's figuring it out over there, but we've sent Humvees. We have these over there. In my opinion, Brian, you gotta wear a diaper to be an 88 mic to volunteer. But that was like they were offering bonuses to 88 mics, which is truck drivers, when I was joining in 2012, because that's when we had 2011 was when Obama signed to push the extra troops into the Middle East, and like, oof, they were offering bonuses for that job because you take on IEDs like that. I didn't get a bonus. I didn't get shit. But they started offering them after I joined. I got one for the reserves after I was done with my active duty time. I had some of those gloves, some of those mechanics gloves. Because in the U.S. Army, you can't touch equipment without gloves on. Or you do, you're going to get yelled at. Anyone in the chat that was a veteran or served get to go to a tow range? I never did that one. I never got to train on the tow missile. Was this? That'd probably be a combat engineer? A combat engineer piece of equipment. 13 Bravos. You got the 173rd Airborne patch on, so. Cav Scouts used them.
Backblast area clear.
Backblast area clear. 13 Bravo. And the 13 Bravo's combat engineer. No, you're right. I'm thinking of 12 Bravo's combat engineer. Hello. I'm dumb. You're right. I'm dumb. You're right. Yep, y'all are right. So that's a tow missile range. That's what we're sending. Let me see. What is a tow missile? Here we go.
Hello, everyone. You're watching the
credit to Military TV.
Channel Military TV. Today, we'll show you about TOW. The Russians probably have the best anti-tank missiles, but the United States military is not a loser either. First produced in 1970, TOW is one of the most widely used anti-tank guided missiles. The TOW anti-tank guided missile is still deadly after nearly 50 years of service, where it proved itself as a very effective weapon. The TOW anti-tank missiles were responsible for many destroyed tanks, mostly Russian-made. It was introduced during the war in Vietnam. Initially developed by Hughes Aircraft between 1963 and 1968, the XBGM-71A was designed for both ground and heliborne applications. In 1997, Raytheon Corporation purchased Hughes Electronics from General Motors Corporation, so development and production of TOW systems now comes under the Raytheon brand.
General Motors made it. GM making TOW missiles, now Raytheon makes them. Interesting.
The TOW missiles are typically used by various companies for heavy anti-armor work, but still the TOW is able to
Does every company eventually start making weapons or what?
knock out even the most protected tanks.
I guess any production-based company, doesn't matter if it's automobiles or anything, is gonna, in a time of war, I guess. Whatever.
Weapon is used in anti-armor, anti-bunker, anti-fortification, and anti-amphibious landing roles. TOW is in service with over 45 armed forces and is integrated on over 15,000 ground, vehicle, and helicopter platforms worldwide. The missiles can be fired from the ground using a tripod-mounted launch tube or installed on vehicles. The TOW missile system can be fitted.
There's your answer for whoever asked about helicopters. I'm wondering if they can be fitted onto like some of the Ukrainian helicopters.
System can be fitted as a single-tube pedestal mount on military vehicles, or as 2-tube or 4-tube Under Armour systems on vehicles such as the improved TOW vehicle JLTV, Humvee.
That's a JLTV, so this is the vehicle I consistently forget in some streams too. This is what's replaced the Humvee now. As I was getting out of active duty military, some of my friends and whatnot were being sent to be trained on this, and I missed it. Obviously, I was getting out, so I never got trained on that. They all got sent to Wisconsin, to Oshkosh, which is where these things are made, and they had to get trained on it directly from the civilians that built it. And I missed that, unfortunately. So I don't know anything about it, but apparently it's way better than Humvees, which those... Oh man, those Humvees were the worst. I swear, Humvees were the worst.
Humvee, M901,
Terrible.
Desert Warrior,
We sent those too.
Piranha, U.S. Marine Corps' LAV, Dardo Hitfist, and Bradley M2 M3, a dedicated anti-tank missile carrier based on the Stryker.
That Stryker we had in Alaska, there was Cav Scout units. There's actually infantry and Cav Scout units, but there was mostly Cav Scout units in Alaska that had the Strykers.
Dedicated anti-tank missile carrier based on the Stryker. Airborne TOW is in service in at least 13 countries. More than 2,100 units have been delivered, and helicopters fitted with the TOW missile include the Augusta Westland Lynx, Augusta Westland A129, Bell Textron 206L, UH-1 Huey, Hughes 500MD helicopter,
Huey.
Eurocopter Bo 105, and Bell Textron AH-1 Cobra attack helicopter. How TOW anti-missiles work. In its basic infantry form, the system breaks down into a number of modules: a folding tripod mount, a launch tube, into the rear of which encased missiles are in.
Hey, they got the... I can't say what that patch is called that we call it in the military, but they got the angry something patch, but this is in Hawaii.
The system breaks down.
Alaska and Anchorage, the soldiers in Anchorage have this patch too, so that's how I recognize it. We didn't have this one in Fairbanks. This is the 25th Infantry.
Down into a number of modules: a folding tripod mount, a launch tube, into the rear of which encased missiles are inserted, a mandatory day-sight tracker unit, which can be augmented with an optional ANTAS-4 or ANTAS-4A gas-cooled night sight, or an all-in-one tracker unit on the M41 ITAS version, and a traversing unit which mounts onto the tripod and carries the launch tube and sight, that also includes the weapon's trigger and the bridging clamp, which mates with the missile's umbilical data connector. In addition to this main assembly, there's a separate fire control system FCS module, which performs all the guidance calculations, and a battery pack to power the system. These two modules link to each other, with the FCS then linked to the day sight with a cable. When the target is sighted and the trigger is pulled, there is a 1.5-second firing delay while the missile spins up its internal gyroscope and the thermal battery reaches operating temperature.
Wow.
Once this concludes, the launch motor fires through the rear nozzle, propelling the missile from the tube. This soft launch motor fires for only 0.05 seconds and burns out before the missile has exited the tube. As the missile exits the launch tube, first 4 wings just forward of the flight motor spring open forwards, followed by 4 tail control surfaces which flip open rearwards as the missile completely exits the launch tube. As the wings fully extend at about 7 meters from the launcher, the flight motor ignites, boosting the missile's speed to approximately 600 miles per hour, 1,000 kilometers per hour during its burn time. At 0.18 seconds after launch, around 65 meters from the launcher, the warhead is armed by G-forces from acceleration by the flight motor, a safety feature intended to protect the operator if the flight motor fails to ignite. The flight motor burns out
Big Red 1. First ID right there, Fort Lee, Virginia.
0.6 seconds after launch, with the missile gliding for the remainder of its flight time. After the tracker captures the missile, IR sensors bore-sighted to the day-sight tracker continuously monitor the position of an IR beacon in the missile's tail relative to the line of sight, with the FCS generating course corrections which are sent via the command link to the missile's integral flight control unit. The missile then corrects its flight path via the control surface actuators. The operator keeps the sight's crosshair centered over the target until impact. If the missile fails to strike the target, the command wires are automatically cut at 3,000 meters on the original tow and 3,750 meters on the most current production tows.
Wow.
An automatic wire cut also occurs if the tracker fails to detect the missile's thermal beacon within 1.85 seconds of launching. Variants: BGM-71A, a basic missile of the tow. It has a range of 3,000 meters and penetrates 433 millimeter of rolled homogeneous armor. It was first fielded in 1970.
Man, they're gonna just... The Ukrainians get a hold of the tow missiles now. It's on a mounted vehicle in their convoys. It's gonna help them with their advances. They're gonna be able to take out some of these tanks that they're gonna be dealing with and some other targets as they advance.
BGM-71B. It has an improved range of 3,750 meters.
God dang.
This missile fires faster and has a longer wire. Otherwise, it is similar to the basic BGM-71A.
I'm wondering if we're sending some of those too, so they can use it for longer distances, wire guided.
ITOW, Improved Tow, or BGM-71C. It was adopted by the U.S. Army in 1976. This missile has improved shape-charged warhead. It also has an extensible probe that triggers detonation of the warhead and provides optimum detonation distance. The probe is extended after the launch. This missile penetrates 630 millimeter of steel armor.
Damn.
TOW-2 is an upgraded version of the TOW. It entered service with the U.S. Army in 1983. This weapon system is composed of new BGM-71D missile, new reusable launcher, missile guidance set, and sight system. The launcher is lighter. It is compatible with all previous TOW missiles. It has thermal optics and can be used at night. The new missile has a larger
We had that shit in 1983 already.
warhead, 5.9 kilograms, with extensible probe as well as improved guidance. It has a range of 3.75 kilometers and penetrates 900 millimeters of steel armor. Over 77,000 BGM-71D anti-tank guided missiles were produced. TOW-2A, or BGM-71E. It appeared in 1987. It has a tandem warhead and is intended to defeat tanks with explosive reactive armor, ERA. It penetrates 900 millimeters of steel armor behind ERA. Newer missiles, starting from the TOW-2A, are produced both in wireless and wire-guided forms. The wireless missiles require no special alterations to the launcher. Over 34,000 of the BGM-71E missiles have been delivered. In 2003, these missiles were used by U.S. Marines in Iraq, destroying several Iraqi T-72 tanks. TOW-2B, or BGM-71F, is a top attack missile. It appeared in 1987. This missile explodes above a tank to penetrate its thin top armor. In concept, it was similar to a Swedish RBS-56 Bill. It has a maximum range of 4,200 meters. Its warhead weighs 6.14 kilograms. This missile lacks an extensible probe. These anti-tank missiles are produced in wireless and wire-guided forms.
Wow.
The first unit was equipped with these missiles in 1992. In 2003, these missiles, alongside with the TOW-2As, were used by U.S. Marines in Iraq, destroying several Iraqi T-72 tanks.
Those are about to be Russian T-72 tanks now.
The conflict marked the first operational firing of the TOW-2B missiles.
So TOW-2s are going, for sure. They're going to have those to deal with the T-72s.
However, during combat in Afghanistan, the TOW-2B was found to be less effective than the older TOW-2A. TOW-2N was an improvised anti-tank system that used missiles with wireless data link. It appeared in 1989. However, this weapon was not adopted by the U.S. military. BGM-71G is a top attack missile with a different warhead. It also lacks extensible probe.
I wonder if there's a difference or comparison now. TOW versus Stugna. TOW missile. Oh, I don't have. I wonder if they'll once it gets to Ukraine, they'll do like a TOW versus a Stugna P. But here's a TOW missile versus a T-72. So again, shout out to Funker 530. Likely what you're going to be seeing in Ukraine. Wow. That's what you're going to be seeing soon. They're out of range for the video, and then boom. Wow. Completely destroys a T-72. Wow. Obliterates a T-72 tank. Like, makes it into, like, nothing anymore. Wow. So that's what you can expect from these TOW systems. Russia, we know Russia uses T-72s. There's a T-72 sitting there. That's what it looks like, or what it's going to look like when we're seeing them getting destroyed. So that's the TOW missiles. The Humvees can also be used, though they got the M777s, which you looked up. The package also includes 2000s for the Carl Gustav recoilless rifle. The weapons are carried by infantrymen to fire 84mm rounds at vehicles in fighting positions with a few hundred meters. Wow, so there's some information on TOWs. I mean, did we look up we've looked up the Carl Gustav before, but in case you have no idea what the hell that is. The Carl Gustav, aka the Carl. Here's a video of the Carl. 82nd Airborne here. Out of Fort Bragg.
Back blast area clear.
Firing, firing, firing.
That's a good hit.
Ready to fire? Back blast area clear. Firing, firing, firing. Ready to fire?
Back blast area clear.
Firing, firing, firing.
Putting. Clear and close.
Firing, firing, firing.
Just high.
Firing, firing, firing.
Like this.
That black area clear.
And then turn.
Firing,
It's really
firing, firing.
He's got some recoil to it, huh? Anyone in the chat get to fire a Carl? I think more Marines use the Carl Gustav than the U.S. Army does.
Firing, firing,
Wait, that's fine too.
Tilt it back.
No. Pop it that way. There you go.
C grip.
Yep. Clear and close.
Yeah, I saw him before. Clear.
Hell yeah. At the range, the big fat Chusky in. Nothing. Those were the days.
Tell you, man, we was out here with like 6 guns. We had
It does have a kick to it. It's like a shoulder-fired mortar.
Back blast area clear. Firing, firing, firing.
Bank cock on safe.
Ready. Ready.
Ready to fire.
Back blast area clear. Back blast. Well, not really, but back blast area clear.
Firing, firing, firing.
They're doing training rounds. Those are training rounds that fire out in between. So they're training on it. What is the Carl? What is the Carl Gustav? Now you seen what it is? Now we watched a task and purpose video of it a while ago. Military Industries video credit to the story behind the Carl Gustav recoilless rifle.
Och det blev ganska så dramatiskt med skottlossningarna. Och då fick den kroatiska chefen tydligt budskap, nämligen att nu har vi slut på varningsskott, nu skjuter vi skarpt direkt. Dessutom har jag bättre soldater och bättre utrustning än du. Så att du behöver passa dig.
Before starting, I ask you to like this video, subscribe.
Oh, no, never mind. I thought it was going to be... It looks like it'd be a way better quality than that. It's an automatic voice talking over it. I just want... I mean, we can go to Task and Purpose again. We watched Task and Purpose a while ago. Wow. Saab makes them. The car. The new Carl Gustav M4 is a man-portable multi-role weapon system that provides high tactical flexibility through its wide range of ammunition types. Saab. I wonder when Dodge and Ford and Chevy are going to have weapon systems.
The Carl Gustav system is one of the most effective and combat-proven systems in the world. The way that modern infantry forces engage in military operations is changing.
Today, troops tend to operate in a more urban and strategically demanding combat environments.
Our technology, our weapon systems have been designed around killing tanks, holding positions, taking ground. The problem is we are surrounded by technology, but we're being forced away from our technology. Our technology is too heavy to carry. That's the great aspect of the Carl Gustav, is that we have a weapon system that transcends each operational environment. We have a weapon system that changes with the needs of the infantry.
The carbon fiber and titanium components combined with a reduced length means that the M4 now weighs below 7 kilos.
It says open sight, red dot sight, telescopic sight, and intelligent sight. So this is what you can put on it.
We have continuously updated and developed the system towards current and future needs.
Anti-armor, anti-structure, support rounds, anti-personnel rounds.
It's the modularity of the mission and not necessarily build yourself around the weapon system.
The Carl Gustav M4 is handled and operated in the same way as the M3. That means that the transfer from the Carl Gustav M3 is minimal.
The weapon system is very easy to use, so we have a very inexpensive way to keep our gunners proficient around the world.
Guaranteed precision. So that's the Carl Gustav. So we're sending some, the U.S. or the West is sending some mine rollers, some Max Pros, some Carl Gustav ammunition. There's one more. Oh, the tow missile. Hello. So tow missiles, Carl Gustav ammunition, and Max Pros with mine clearing abilities, or the ability to tell where the mines are. So more information here, some more articles to go through. Putin's brain, Alexander Dugin, calls for revenge, claims Ukrainians killed his daughter in a car bombing. Russian philosopher Alexander Dugin, an ultranationalist who supports the creation of a new Russian empire and the invasion of Ukraine, blamed Ukrainians for detonating a car bomb that killed his daughter on Monday, saying that Russia needs to win the war as revenge for his daughter's death. 29-year-old TV commentator and journalist Daria Dugina, who has also supported the war in Ukraine, was killed in a car bomb outside of Moscow on Saturday. Videos on social media show her car engulfed in flames, pieces scattered across the road, and the burned carcass of what was left in the SUV. Alexander Dugin's daughter Daria had reportedly been killed in a car explosion. Her Land Cruiser Mercado exploded near the village of Boloshchi Vzyonomy. According to preliminary reports, she died immediately. So this is like one of Putin's top propagandists. His daughter was killed in a car bombing. Alexander Dugin. Dugin, in his first public statement after his daughter's death, said she was brutally killed by an explosion in front of my eyes and claimed it was a terrorist attack carried out by the Ukrainian government. The Ukrainian government has denied responsibility. Our hearts yearn for more than just revenge or retribution. That would be too small, not according to Russia's style. We only need our victory. My daughter laid her maiden life on victory's altar. So win, please, Dugin said in a statement relayed by his friend Konstantin Malofeev. Accusations have flown about who is responsible for Dugina's death. Russia's Federal Security Service accused the Ukrainian Secret Services Monday, saying a woman tracked Dugina's movements for a month before placing the bomb and fleeing to Estonia. On Sunday, a former member of Russia's Duma, Ilya Pomerev, said the anti-Putin organization National Republican Army was responsible for carrying out the attack. The circumstances of the attack may point to Dugin being the intended target, as a friend of Duga said the car she was driving was her father's. Dugin had been with her at the nationalist festival called Traditions, but drove home in a separate car. Dugin's influence on Russian President Vladimir Putin has been doubted by Western scholars, as he's never held an official role in the Kremlin. Some, however, have described him as instrumental to Russia's adopting a more expansionist foreign policy rooted in Eurasianism, with foreign policy calling him Putin's brain. Dugina echoed her father's ideology in her final appearance on Russia State TV. Have that up there. In her final appearance on Russian State TV on Thursday, she said, "People in the West are living in a dream given to them by global hegemony. In order to wake them up as a little bit, they need to be nourished with this war." Damn, well that's, you reap what you sow, I guess. This from Thursday is Daria Dugina's final appearance on State TV before her death. Yeah, you reap what you sow. I don't know what to say. Here you go.
Западный человек живет во сне, который ему дала мировая гегемония, и для того, чтобы его немножко пробуждать, чтобы он совсем как-то вот не уж разлагался на отдельные фрагменты, ему нужна подпитка вот этой войной, причем очень дозирована. А если он, не дай бог, начнет разбираться в ней и уже понимать, какие стороны между собой противостоят, тогда это очень опасно, нужно его опять оцеплять.
То есть война — это мир по Оруэллу, грубо говоря.
Да, совершенно точно.
Война — это мир.
Недавно были проведены опросы.
Notice the news that they're quoting and using.
На улицах Fox News
Fox News surveyed people on the streets of America. That never happens.
На улицах Америки, американских крупных городов, причем довольно представляющих собой береговую зону, там, где демократы в основном популярны. И люди не могли показать, где находятся Украина и Россия. Они показывали на Австралию, но они при этом были уверены.
Listen, I've said it many times. What is a lot of propaganda presided upon? people's inability to know where shit is on a map. And propagandists know this, because then they use it against you. They'll be like, well, you don't even know where the shit is on a map anyways. Why do you have an opinion on it? You don't even know where the hell... You don't even know. They'll send Fox News will have Jesse Waters going into like college areas or like college students and like ask them questions like, could you point to Ukraine on a map or something and shit, like, and then they'll use that as their propaganda to be like, look, they don't even know where Ukraine is on the map.
Причем довольно представляющих собой береговую зону, там, где демократы в основном популярны. И люди не могли показать, где находятся Украина и Россия. Они показывали на Австралию, но они при этом были уверены на 100%, что необходимо вести активные боевые действия против России. Может быть, даже включиться в этот конфликт.
В Австралии.
Да, так что это зомби-политика, это зомби-общество, это общество симулякра и триумфа вот этого спектакля.
All right, so that's from Dugina. Daria Dugina's final appearance. Here's another one. Would it be possible to have translation of this? No. Oh, here we go. Just a few months ago, Daria Dugina said that the Azovstal defenders were following the ideology of death, that Russia started the operation delicately, called for tougher measures, and the creation of tribunals in occupied territories.
Ведь здесь же проблема... Это фантастически, что вот эта цифра звучит, и она звучит уже везде, когда запрещают, например, священников, когда канцелят, собственно, русских на протяжении 8 лет. Здесь очень важно понимать, что Азовсталь и те нацисты, которые там сидят, это смерть. И то, что сейчас происходит, это отвоевание. Русские пытаются отвоевать у смерти вот этих вот мирных жителей.
Жизнь.
Это очень
пытаются
интересно.
отвоевать жизнь в прямом смысле.
А что такое
слова?
Смерть? Вот даже вспомните, если классических поэтов, Навалиса, например, он говорит, что смерть — это утрата соборности. Вот в Украине вот эта соборность, единство народа, оно было утрачено. Появилась куча группировок с агрессивными тенденциями, с агрессивной идеологией и с абсолютно русофобией, которая была сотворена не на протяжении 8 лет, она была сотворена с начала 20 века. Например, посмотреть на работу интегрального националиста Дмитра Донцова, который писал, что необходимо, чтобы воля возобладала над разумом, можно убивать своих же, если они не солидарны с твоим украинским национализмом. Вот эта страшная идеология, это Азовсталь, это то же самое, что смерть, это утрата соборности. Поэтому на самом деле ситуация очень серьезна. Необходимо введение идеологии. Сейчас битва — это не просто битва одного оружия с другим оружием. Сейчас это битва идей, битва двух цивилизаций, битва двух, на самом деле, мировоззрений.
Но наша идея — это свобода. Во всех смыслах. Свобода вероисповедания, свобода языка. У нас страна одна из самых свободных в этом плане, потому что на Украине уже в некоторых областях официально запрещают русскую православную церковь. Ну, это как бы так.
В Сумской области, например, сейчас.
Is being canceled. They're using the same exact rhetoric that Fox News uses in the United States. I hope y'all are seeing it. I hope the connection's being made. Are y'all seeing the same? Are y'all hearing it? Like, I know it's in Russian, and you got to read the words, and they're talking at 1,000 miles an hour because they're speaking Russian. But do the words look very familiar to certain things in the United States? Just letting y'all know.
Происходит такое. Но
Shit looks very similar, doesn't
должен
it?
быть найден компромисс. С одной стороны, да, мы свободны, мы начали эту операцию очень деликатно, аккуратно, но, возможно, иногда нужно быть чуть более жестким и чуть меньше прощать, потому что те преступления, которые совершали эти люди, которых
Прощать за
людьми...
преступление вообще нельзя.
Да, безусловно. И на самом деле здесь нужны просто создание собственных трибуналов. Мариупольский трибунал, Донецкий трибунал. В каждом городе, подобно Гааге, должен быть создан трибунал, который будет расследовать преступления вот этих не людей, а это уже не люди. И здесь, конечно, нужна идеологическая работа, и нам нужно всерьез понять, в чем состояла их идеология, а это идеология смерти, и в чем состоит наша идеология. Это тоже, на самом деле, вызов и самим нам.
Смотри, ты правильную вещь понимаешь.
Challenge for ourselves. So that's Daria Dugina. That is the daughter of Alexander, daughter of Dugin, Putin's right-hand man in like the entire ideologies, or the guy who came up with the ideological reasoning for Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Here you go, KKK member, or KKK leader David Duke and Alexander Dugin. Of course they know each other. Of course. Of course. Here's a video. There's Dugin right outside. That's him. And his daughter. Don't tell me what I'm going to do on my stream. Peace. Yep, so died in a car bombing. Alexander Dugin, mastermind behind the entire invasion, Putin's right-hand man. If, God forbid, the West starts to figure out things and realize which sides are confronting each other, then it will become very dangerous, and they will never be able to put to sleep again, she said. She also claimed that the Bucha massacre, which hundreds of Ukrainians were reportedly killed outside of Kyiv by Russian forces, and were buried in mass graves, was staged, orchestrated by Western media. Sounds like some Alex Jones shit, blaming the Sandy Hook victims of making it up. Sounds like the same style of same type of mindset, or the same parroting to people that would listen to such a message. She said the name Bucha was chosen strategically by the media as it sounds like butcher. Russian authorities said Sunday that they had launched a murder investigation and that they believe the car bombing on Dugina is pre-planned. Sounds like the same style of media over there. So that's Alexander Dugin and his daughter. So some more articles to go through before we have some video. We have lots of video, actually. U.S. believes Russia is planning strikes on Ukraine infrastructure. From the 22nd, the United States has intelligence that Russia is planning to launch fresh attacks against Ukraine's civilian infrastructure and government facilities soon, the U.S. official said Monday. Listen, U.S. intelligence reports have been sadly very, very accurate in Ukraine. If only the U.S. intelligence reports were giving the people like me that, I mean, I was like, 10 years old in 2003? I was like a child when the U.S. had launched its invasion of Iraq, but the intelligence reports are on point for Ukraine. I wish these intelligence reports were as on point for the American people during the war in the Middle East as they have been for Ukraine. So take that. They've been very accurate and since the invasion of Ukraine, the U.S. reports, as well as the United Kingdom. We have information that Russia is stepping up efforts to launch strikes against Ukraine's civilian infrastructure and government facilities in the coming days. Given Russia's track record in Ukraine, we are concerned about the continued threat that the Russian strikes pose to civilians and civilian infrastructure. The official said the statement was based on downgraded U.S. intelligence. So we'll keep that in mind. Likely centering that around the upcoming Ukrainian Independence Day, which Zelensky has canceled any festivities around it. Ukraine's capital bans Independence Day festivities, fearing a Russian attack. Ukraine's capital Kyiv banned public celebrations this week commemorating independence from Soviet rule, citing a heightened threat of an attack at a U.S. official warned of Russian plans to strike Ukrainian infrastructure in the coming days. Near front lines in the south of the country, Ukraine said Russia fired rockets into several towns north and west of Europe's largest nuclear power plant, captured by Russian forces shortly after they invaded Ukraine in February. Artillery and rocket fire near the Zaporizhzhia nuclear reactor complex on the south bank of the Dnipro River has led calls for the area to be demilitarized. Ukrainians living near the plant voiced fears that shells could hit one of the plant's 6 reactors with potentially disastrous consequences. Of course we are worried. It's like sitting on a powder keg. Alexander Lefranco, a resident of the nearby town of Unodahar, now under control of pro-Moscow forces. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky has warned that Moscow could try something particularly ugly in the run-up to Wednesday's 31st independence anniversary, which also marks half a year since Russia has invaded. Is this a video report on that?
It's a day of cleanup for Bakhmut residents in the Donetsk region. Shelling started early Sunday morning.
Okay, we'll get that update next. Video update. So, a warning of a potential harm to civilians. A U.S. official told Reuters that Russia is stepping up efforts to launch strikes against Ukraine's civilian infrastructure and government facilities in the coming days. So you got Ukraine's Independence Day coming up on the 24th. Let's get this video report from Reuters here. Russian missiles rain on Ukraine as war nears the half-year mark.
It's a day of cleanup for Bakhmut residents in the Donetsk region. Shelling started early Sunday morning, according to 72-year-old Valentina, hitting her roof and damaging her apartment. Still, what's even scarier, she says, is silence.
It's scary. We thought we already got used to everything. You know, when they don't shell us, we're even more scared. Because when they shell us, we think, okay, they're shelling us. But when they don't shoot, it's like the calm before the storm. And we wait for something to happen any moment. That's how we're living now.
Bakhmut is west of Luhansk, which Russia said it fully captured last month amid what it calls a special military operation. Ukraine's military said Russian forces carried out offensive operations towards Bakhmut over the weekend.
Towards Obama over the weekend? What kind of translation was that? You see that? Operations towards Bakhmut.
Offensive operations towards Bakhmut over the weekend. It comes as the 6-month milestone is approaching in a war that has flattened towns and cities, killed thousands, and forced millions to flee. Ukrainian officials also reported Russian strikes on targets in the east and south of the country, including across the river from Europe's biggest nuclear plant, Zaporizhia, which has been held by Russian forces since March, and overnight missile attacks in the Odessa region, home to Black Sea ports critical to a UN-brokered plan to help with agricultural exports. Reuters was not able to independently verify the battlefield reports. Back in Bakhmut, field Dr. Vadim said he believes Russia has the advantage.
The situation at the moment is stable and difficult at the same time. Our boys hold up well. However, we feel and see that the other side maintains an advantage in artillery systems. That's why we have unfortunate losses. They're unfortunate because we could avoid them if we could give an adequate response.
Wednesday also marks the anniversary of Ukraine's independence from Soviet rule. President Volodymyr Zelensky has called for vigilance ahead of the day, saying Moscow could try something particularly ugly.
So that's the fears of the upcoming Independence Day for Ukraine, and Zelensky canceling some of the festivities that were planned. You can catch on Mercado Media on the YouTube channel, and well, yeah, I didn't upload it to Facebook, so just on the YouTube channel, showing what was the festivities on over the weekend and how many people had been out looking at the destroyed Russian tanks. Let me look up Mercado Media quick. You can see this video on our channel. Shout out to Mehmet. What the heck? Shout out to Mehmet for taking the video. Ukraine correspondent. But there was a lot of people out here. A lot of people in downtown Kyiv outside. So likely to protect the civilians from that will likely be out there gathering. Keep them inside. Probably have a curfew on that day to keep as many civilians safe as Russia's gearing up. Likely for a strike on Independence Day in Ukraine. Here's a video from the BBC. Russia appeals for new recruits to join the Ukraine war effort. Russia's Kremlin has launched an extensive campaign for new recruits to join the Ukraine war effort. Russia does not give numbers, but Western officials say between 70,000 and 80,000 Russian troops have been killed or wounded since it launched its invasion. 70,000 to 80,000 Russian troops have been killed, dude. So for some comparison, in the 21 years we were in Afghanistan, 20 years, 21, 20, we lost a little over 7,000 American soldiers in 20 years. Russia's lost 70 to 80,000 troops in 6 months in Ukraine. So here's an update for what Russia plans to do to get new recruits in there.
Russia has suffered a high number of casualties since its troops invaded. So the Kremlin has responded with the launch of an extensive campaign to recruit volunteers to fight on TV, social media and billboards. They've promised huge sums of money and other perks, but many are given little or no training.
So good. Now the big media is reporting on this. This is the mobilization and forced generation efforts that we go into during every map update. Here's like a big media version of that.
And are sent straight to the front line. Will Vernon reports from Moscow.
The Kremlin tells Russians their soldiers are heroes.
Cap.
Professional, well-trained troops fighting in Ukraine. But Western officials say that Russia's running out of men. 70 to 80,000 killed or wounded. The solution? Signing up volunteers. Yevgeny was one of those who joined up. His mother, Nina, says that her son was given a gun and sent straight into Ukraine. Days later, he was killed.
They just send them in, like dumb little chickens that hardly even held a gun before.
Oh.
They're cannon fodder. The generals think, we've got a volunteer, great, in you go.
In these videos, volunteers are promised huge sums of money and even plots of land. They're now a common sight on social media. But recruiting is being done in more traditional ways too.
This announcement talks about the creation of 2 new volunteer brigades.
Wow.
It's urging local people here.
That's some like 1984 shit, right? Or like, this is like, dude.
To sign up to fight in Ukraine. And this is a message that's being repeated right across the country. On TV, on social media, on billboards. It's a large-scale recruitment campaign for the Russian army.
We should bomb them. I'd give them what for, this man said. If I were young, I'd go. It's too painful to talk about, this lady told me. Why go? Only their bodies will be brought back. But can Russia win this war with a volunteer army?
So this is, I think, not the type of the soldiers that are needed to a victorious war. The main problem is not with the quantity of people, but with the qualities, with their motivation. This is not a thing that you can change quickly. You can't bring, I don't know, thousands of people and to teach them how to work with modern weapons, tanks, and aircrafts.
The Russian military has not released casualty figures since the end of March. But Nina knows that large numbers are dying in Ukraine.
You read the news and it's all about men being killed. But people are going there. I don't know why they go.
President Putin says he ordered his forces into Ukraine to protect his people. But the Kremlin is now sending even more Russians there, into mortal danger. Will Vernon, BBC News, Moscow.
In the past hour or so, the UK's Ministry of Defence has released its latest intelligence update in
which we can look at ourselves. UK Defence. Oops. Here's their intelligence update. That's from the 20th, though. Where is the... No. Where is UK? Hold on. There we go. Here's the intelligence update for the 22nd. On August 15th, on the 15th of August, Ukrainian social media channels circulated video which reportedly showed elements from a military unit of the self-proclaimed LPR delivering a declaration outlining their refusal to be deployed as part of an offensive in the Donetsk Oblast. The fighters claimed they had fulfilled their duty in securing the LPR's control over Lugansk Oblast, which was secure of July 2022, and were unwilling to fight in Donetsk Oblast despite threats and intimidation by senior commanders. Russia is likely struggling to motivate the auxiliary forces it is using to augment its regular troops in the Donbass. Commanders are probably resorting to direct financial incentives, while some combat units are deemed unreliable for offensive operations. A consistent contributing factor to these problems is Russia's classification of the war as a special military operation, which limits the state's powers of legal coercion. Russia just having a mess on their hands going on, trying to appeal for new recruits to join. You got the things like the Tiger Balm Battalion, boomers joining that just they're ideologically propagandized, that have no idea what's going on the ground in Ukraine, and that they're likely just going to be killed immediately when they get there from artillery fire. But yet they're so propagandized on the ideological level that that's what Russia's preying onto. So here's some Sky News. Russia vows revenge. I should have put this when I was talking about Dugin, but okay, here we go. I forgot, sorry. But Russia vows revenge after bomb kills Putin ally's daughter. This is Darina Dugin again.
Russian state television's tribute to Daria Dugina, killed in a car bomb on Saturday night. A signal to us all, the presenter says. She died for her views. She died for the idea of the Russian world. Russia's top spy agency says this woman was behind it. An assassin from Ukraine's secret services, they say, identified as Natalia Vovk, who the FSB says traveled to Russia with her 12-year-old daughter in July to trail Dugina, living in the same apartment block as her, traveling to the same patriotic festival, which Dugina was leaving when the bomb went off. Vovk's Mini Cooper photographed with a selection of different plates, escaping across the border to Estonia on Sunday, supposedly just hours after the attack took place. It took the FSB just one day to solve this murder, though it should come as no surprise that they point the finger at Ukrainian intelligence. The identification of the alleged assassin on a Russian hacker-led doxing site as a member of the Azov battalion also seems rather convenient, though the FSB has not officially made that connection themselves. Ukraine has again denied all involvement. Mikhailo Podolyak, who advises the president, tweeting that Russian propaganda lives in a fictional world. A Ukrainian woman and her 12-year-old child were assigned responsible for blowing up the car of propagandist Dugina. Surprisingly, they did not find the Estonian visa on the spot. Vipers in the Russian special services started an intra-species fight. In Moscow, patriotic youth groups celebrated the day of the national flag. Vladimir Putin promising in a video address the unwavering pursuit of Russia's interests.
Which we'll get to that in the next video we're going to watch is from Roman, about why there's people out there and how Russia gets people out there at these types of rallies. It's not by choice.
Interests.
Russia is a powerful, independent world power. We are firm in pursuing on the international arena only those policies that meet the fundamental interests of the motherland.
In a letter to Daria Dugina's parents, the Russian president called the attack a vile crime. Her father, the ultranationalist philosopher Alexander Dugin, called her a rising star at the beginning of her journey. The question now, whether and how Russia will seek vengeance. Dana Magnay, Sky News, Moscow.
So he was the target. She got in his vehicle. Let's do that now. Roman. Oops. There we go. Russian propaganda has gone full 1984 from Roman YouTube channel NFKRZ. It's been posted many times in our YouTube channel. He's a Russian who is pretty damn honest about what's going on in Russia. Has a great YouTube channel, does great content. Highly recommend Roman's channel. All right, so here's an evidence, or give you guys some more background on how propaganda works in Russia.
Before we get into this video, I want to just give you guys a warning. What we're about to watch today is...
Spark one up watching Roman. 420 friendly news stream over here. I'm about to spark one up. All y'all spark one up as well. Shout out again to our viewers that are in recovery and are sober as well. Shout out to our sober audience.
Such unfathomable levels of cringe that some of you might not be able to survive it. And I'm not even being ironic. The thing is, what we're going to be watching today is, I guess, one of the worst examples of Russian propaganda. And you guys know that I've been talking about this for years, and Russian propaganda is always pretty cringe. But what we're gonna watch today takes the cake, because it's not only cringe, but it's also like a scene from the movie 1984 or something. It's absolutely insane. So yeah, I gave you guys a warning, and now we can get into it. Hello Blazers, it is your boy Roman, your favorite neighborhood Russian. How you guys doing today? Welcome to a brand new video. In today's video, guys, we're gonna be reacting to a pro-Russian patriotic Z concert that was thrown in St. Petersburg, actually in March. This was a while ago, and I actually only really found out about it recently, and ever since I saw it, this has become one of my favorite videos of all time. In a perverse way, because it's fucked up, it's bad. Like, the fact that this exists is not good for anybody, okay? But it is funny because of how absolutely ridiculous it is.
Здравствуй, Санкт-Петербург! Здравствуйте, гости северной столицы! Слава России!
Yeah, so I was not joking when I was saying this is 1984 shit. I mean, look at this. Huge ass crowd, just people. This is what we in Russia call budgetniki. These are people who work in governmentally subsidized jobs. So teachers, medical professional, people who work in factories and stuff like that. These people are usually basically sent to all these super patriotic events to create the illusion of overwhelming support by the people. I don't know if
so he said like state employees basically. So like, or because the factory workers in Russia is state employees. So factory workers, medical, teachers, all have to go to these, not by choice.
You guys remember, but there was that like huge Z concert in Moscow in a stadium, and there were like tons of people with Z Russian flags and shit. And then right after the concert ended, you can see that all those Russian flags were just thrown in the trash.
That's where they belong. It's a good spot for those.
Which was a very symbolic picture. That's a good example, because those were literally people that just work governmental jobs that are sent to these sorts of concerts and patriotic demonstrations or whatever under the threat of being fired. My mom actually has been one of those people for a while. She works in a Chelyabinsk tractor plant, and she would basically have to go to like pro-Putin demonstrations because they said that if you don't, we're gonna fucking fire your ass.
Кто из вас с самого детства мечтал стать героем?
Umberto Eco, your fascism, you know, become a hero, that type of shit, cult of death, you know what's going on here, you know what's going on.
Героем.
Whack ass response from the crowd. The crowd is dead. Motherfuckers sitting around with Z shit, but nobody wants to die. Nobody wants to die for this shit.
Не расслышал. Кто из вас с самого детства?
This guy just looks. Face is all glistening from probably high levels of cocaine use.
Мечтал стать настоящим героем.
This shit is so bad, man. Look at just the people. Like, nobody gives a shit in the crowd, dude. Like, these women are just like, these guys, this guy's just like, is this guy for real right now? Nobody gives a fuck, bro. It's like a combination of the rhetoric of the Russian propaganda and how people really don't actually give a shit when it comes to sacrificing something.
Кто из вас воспитан патриотически? Кто из вас любит свою родину до того, что готов поддержать своих соотечественников и единым маршем славить Россию? Слава России!
Nah, this is insane. This guy is so close to throwing up the aisle. Like, he's trying so hard not to do it. Now, you might be thinking, who is this Giga Chad looking man right here? Who is this? Well, this guy is actually a pretty famous Russian actor, Dmitry Dyuzhev, and he starred in some of the biggest Russian movies of all time. If you watch my channel, you might be aware of the movie Brat. Well, this guy actually starred in another movie directed by the same director called Zhmurki, Dead Man's Bluff. It's actually on Netflix, you can check it out. And also this guy starred in one of the biggest TV shows about Russian gangsters of the 90s called Brigada. So this guy is basically a super well-known actor, honestly an icon of that time. And this is what he's doing now. Oh, and also there's a lot of rumors about a coke addiction that he has. I mean, look at this guy, he's sweating on stage.
Weird. Super weird.
Bro, I'm pretty sure he snorted a good one before coming on the stage.
Yeah. Something about being a fascist and cocaine addiction. Just I think they go hand in hand.
Я боюсь, враг слишком быстро справится с вами. Только стоя, уверенно на двух ногах, с поднятой головой можно славить свою родину.
This is insane. This is literally, yeah. There's an enemy that we have to rise against, you know. Everybody has to be a hero and shit and give up their life for the country. You know what's going on here. This is like 1984 shit. This is like 5 Minutes of Hate type beat. Like, this is insane.
Я не разглядел, ни один из вас не встал. Когда речь идет о родине, когда речь идет о предках, об основании Российской Федерации, когда речь идет о погибших в войнах, отдавших свою жизнь в любви к родине и служению, и ныне я благодарю вас за этот жест, за эту мощь. Я кланяюсь вам до пола.
The fucking mic like sound.
It's so bad.
This is so bad. And just look like at the reactions of people. People are just like, what the fuck is going on? They're like, these grandmas, a lot of them, like, if you look at them, they're like, what is this? Like, everybody is cringing in that fucking audience.
И ныне слава России!
Nah. He literally was about to throw out the Heil right here, bro. He thought that would be a little bit too on the nose, I guess, but I just know by looking at this guy, like, this is not a sober person. This is not normal behavior. I made videos in the past on how Russian propaganda is actually better than you think, but sometimes it proves me wrong, because this is awful. This is so bad. Speaking of propaganda though, it really always comes down to the way news and facts are presented. And if you guys do not want to be manipulated and actually want to have a decent grasp on the facts—
He's gonna do an ad. I might actually look into that, the ground news, for some of the reporting that we're going through during the daytime.
Well, let's get back into it. So, where have we left off again?
Слава России!
Oh yeah, I remember now.
Теперь я верю, теперь я вижу. Я благодарю вас за вашу горячую любовь. Я благодарю вас за горящие глаза и горящие сердца любви к родине. Для вас я исполню песню «На шаг впереди».
First of all, bro, you didn't get a good response. He's like, thank you for showing your patriotism and whatever. The crowd is dead. I'm sorry, the crowd is whack. They're not being Z enough. You know what they should do in Russia? Actually, fuck, I'm gonna give them ideas now. You know how there's these like reports in how in North Korea, if you didn't cry hard enough at like Kim Il-sung's funeral, they shoot you or something or put you in jail? That's what they should do here. If you don't cheer hard enough for Z and Putin, bruh, it is done for you. The whole crowd will be roaring.
Gulag.
So yeah, he sings some whack-ass song while doing the biggest, like, the most insane facial expressions you can possibly can't do. I mean, let's be honest, this motherfucker looks like handsome Squidward. Like, let's...
Handsome Squidward. Here's the purveyor of the Russian ideology right here.
Handsome Squidward, like
on the left, and they got this guy and Steven Seagal leading the way. I think the Russians have it, or the Kremlin has it under control.
Let's keep that. Nobody wants to hear this bullshit song. Let's see what he says at the end.
Всегда, когда страшно, помолись, попроси поддержки и помощи, и ты увидишь, как быстро она придет. Слава Богу за все. Будем любить Отечество и Бога. Счастливой жизни нашей родной матушке России!
I can't with this. Why are they showing these reactions, bro? They couldn't find one person in the crowd that's like crying or some shit. First of all, this is complete fucking nonsense. He's just like talking about love and God and the motherland or whatever. Just again, some reactionary fucking 1984 shit. This is insane. But also, why they pick like the most unamused reactions from the crowd? Like, who the fuck is filming this? I think the guy who's like the cameraman for this whole thing, he's secretly like anti-Putin, because he's like trying to get the people who look the most awkward and not into it at all from the crowd.
Oh my Rusi.
Bro, I just know this motherfucker did like, bro, look at this man. I just know he did like 4 good lines of
Did like 2 Hollywoods, 1 Hollywood in each nostril before he got on.
Colombian cocaina before coming out to the fucking stage. Look at his face, bro. It's fucking glowing.
Oh, wow.
It's literally everybody.
One more time.
Glowing. It's
just, oh man, this
literally everybody in the crowd is just like, I can't wait for this shit to be over so I can get back to my fucking job. What the fuck did my fucking factory or my school make me come to this bullshit and look at this fucking insane man on coke on stage right now? Oh my god, this is amazing. And very scary too at the same time. Don't get me wrong.
If we ever get to a point in our country, it doesn't matter what political leaning you are, that your job has to send you to a political rally, immediately we're there. If that ever happens in the United States, God help us all.
This is fucking scary. This is terrible. There we go. They got one. They got one. That lady started crying. She got patriotic.
I don't know. She looks like she's yawning to me in this part, though. If anything, it looks like she's yawning.
There we go. They got one. They got one. That lady started crying. She got patriotic and shit. She got that feeling. Why can't you find more of those? What's half the video just people like cringing? This is insane.
С любовью к вам, с пожеланием вам любви, радости и верной ответственности перед Родиной. Люблю вас.
Bro, how is he so fake? He's so fake. This is fucking insane, man. This is absolutely insane. This is literally pretty much televangelism at this point. Like, he acts like televangelist. I also want to show you guys another video of his recently. So this was in St. Petersburg. But also this guy, this actor, Dyuzhev, he recently also apparently came to Donetsk, which has been under control by separatists since 2014 pretty much, and is a big point of contention between Russia and Ukraine. He came there, and this is what he had to say about the city. And I just want you guys to pay attention to the way he acts. This man is weird as shit.
So again, the same guy that he was watching in that political rally / concert, Hitler looking thing. Here he is in Donetsk now in Ukraine. $10 super chat from Chungus. Excellent coverage. LSA in the chat. Show some love.
Ехал, люди красиво одеты. Я думаю, как же так? Война же идет.
Oh, bro, he said the funny word. He said the funny word. Jail his ass right now. Jail his ass right.
Gulag. He said war. Gulag.
Right now, man. Anyway, let's continue.
Да я думал, тут люди, я не знаю.
Look at his eyes. Look at his eyes.
Места себе не находят.
His jaw too. So if you ever want to know someone that's on meth or cocaine, you're gonna have some jaw action going on. They're gonna be really tight down here in their jaw, and their eyes are gonna be like, I can't even. I'm kind of like baked, so my eyes are like this, but like their eyes are gonna be open, and they're gonna be talking to you like this, and like, oh, it's just so funny. But that's how you can tell. He's zooted, yeah. He's level 10 zooted right now.
Гармонии с миром и так далее. А я приехал в улыбающийся город. Да, нелегко. Да, непросто.
How's this, bro? I can't. How is he acting? Why is he acting like a fucking cartoon character? He's like, I came to a smiling city. Of course, it's not easy. It's not easy out here on these streets. Like, what the fuck is this? This man is weird as fuck. Why do you even pick him as the guy who would perform at the fucking Z show?
Да, это горе. Я приехал в Донецк, увидел своими глазами этот город и понял, что это просто сокровище, это бриллиант России.
Yeah, guys, Donetsk is the diamond of Russia.
Donetsk is an industrial city in Ukraine. I mean, Ukraine has some beautiful cities, right? They have some beautiful cities in Ukraine. I mean, I'm sure Donetsk has some beautiful parts of it, but it's not like Crimea or like Mariupol before Russia destroyed it completely. It's not, you know, it's...
человеческого фактора и достоинства, героического, несравнимые ни с какой другой.
It's not the prettiest part of Ukraine. Put it
человечестве эпохи.
Not comparable to any other era in humanity. There's never been anything more heroic than separatists in Donetsk, I guess. Anyways, yeah, I just wanted to make a video about this for a while. I mean, I've known about this video for...
So that's Roman going over some Russian propaganda. Gone full 1984. Go support Roman's channel. Does great Russian... he's a Russian, talking about Russian topics without parroting Kremlin bullshit like majority of Russian sources do. So like Roman and the 1420 YouTube channel are like the best two I can recommend to y'all for like Russian channels. There's plenty, but those are like the two that come to my mind immediately for like solid Russians that are like skirting the arrest by speaking on these topics in a way that they aren't parroting the bullshit from the Kremlin. So here's a video from Radio Free. Russian man who scrawls names of bombed Ukrainian cities on his store could face prison.
Это наши солдаты, наши войска там воюют. Не марсиане, это наши люди. И нам за них нести ответственность. И эти люди существуют в том числе и на мои налоги. Я плачу примерно 1 200 000 налогов в год. И на вот
Roman's living in Georgia right now. He used to live in Russia, obviously, but he's escaped to Georgia.
Эти деньги наши власти.
Fearful of his YouTube channel being shut down because Russia's shut down like every single Western social media source, so just fearful to try to get away from that in case they shut YouTube down.
Покупают оружие, посылают наших же сограждан убивать украинских детей.
Dmitry Surikin is writing on the walls of his store in the village of Rushsko-Vyetskoye near St. Petersburg. He's writing the names of Ukrainian cities that have been bombed during the ongoing war.
У меня просто содрогается сердце, когда я вижу, что там происходит. Я просто не могу это переносить. Написал город, стало легче. Если бы я мог сделать что-то еще, но сделать должно общество. И я вот веду эту агитацию, чтобы общество наше поняло и приняло вот эту точку зрения. Что нельзя это делать, что это срочно надо заканчивать. Вначале, я думаю, что поддерживала половина спецоперацию. Сейчас уже меньше. Сейчас до людей начинает доходить, что это безумие. Путинский режим должен быть просто ликвидирован.
Said he's been openly criticizing Putin's regime since 2014.
Оккупанты, они оккупировали нашу страну, понимаете? И относятся к нашей стране как оккупанты, дуря между тем наш народ, понимаете, своей пропагандой. Полицейские, они просто приезжают, снимают. А протоколы по вот этой новомодной дискредитации составлено 2. Я дискредитирую, видимо, с их точки зрения, нашу российскую армию тем, что просто показываю моим односельчанам, что происходит в Украине.
If found guilty, he could face up to 5 years in prison. He's already been fined.
Люди, вот то, что они увидели, у них будет это сидеть в мозгу. Сейчас будет сидеть, потом будет свербить, потом станет невыносимым. Путинщина – это раковая опухоль, это болезнь нашего общества, и нам ее нужно просто отрыгнуть как-то. Россия сейчас на стороне зла, Россия сейчас на стороне путинщины. Путинщина – это зло, однозначно. Вот то, что устроило такой вот ад в Украине. Соответственно, у Украины мотивация, они за свою жизнь, за свою семью, за свои дома, за свою землю бьются. Что мы там делаем? Путин заставил наше общество воевать с соседним обществом. Вместо того, чтобы взаимно выгодно торговать, обмениваться знаниями, услугами, прекрасно могли вместе жить. Теперь они наши враги на сотни лет.
We could have been together and now we will be enemies for centuries. The fines haven't stopped Surikin from campaigning. Just proves not all Russians. There's two things this proves. One, not all Russians are just going with the the Kremlin's ideological propaganda. And two, Russians have access to the information that we're getting, because this guy is clearly able to see it for what it is, right? And think for himself. So it's possible.
Дня не проходит, чтобы я не думал о своей безопасности. Ну, это важнее. Важна агитация, важно людей убедить, присоединиться к этой точке зрения. И я на это не жалею ни сил, ни средств. Ну что, может быть, посадят, ну буду сидеть.
So that's a report. Again, that's about a Russian man scrawls the names of bombed Ukrainian cities on his store. He's facing prison time. Here's another video from Radio Free. It's about a 15-minute long video. We might have like 3.5 hour long coverage tonight. It might be a longer one. And we're going to be I am streaming video games afterwards regardless. So buckle up. We have more videos to go through. Hit that like button if you could. We have 723 orc hunters in the chat. That's what y'all are called over here on Mercado Media. The Mercado Media orc hunters. So check in if you haven't. Hit that like button and also make sure you're subscribed. We're reaching 40,000 subs. I'm like 39,200 or something. So if you guys could hit that like button as we're approaching 40,000 subs. I think what I'll do when we hit 40,000 is I'll play my trumpet live or something to thank everybody for subscribing to the channel for 40,000. So hit that subscribe for supporting. It's free to do and just gets so you get notifications for the live streams. So this is mapped. The 17 Ukrainian villagers killed under Russian occupation from Radio Free Europe.
This whole Ukrainian village is a crime scene. It's called Andriivka, and 17 of its roughly 1,000 inhabitants were killed. Russian troops occupied the village from February the 27th to March the 30th, and the killings all occurred during this time. After a 2-month investigation based on a variety of evidence including eyewitness testimony, RFERL has mapped every death. Our journalists have documented who died, where and how they were killed, and whom they left behind. This video was recorded in early April, just after Andriivka, which is 50 kilometers west of Kiev, was liberated by Ukrainian forces. Here we can see a burned out vehicle and a body. None of the locals could identify the man whose hands were tied.
3 недели назад мы...
The man was Yevhen Piskotin, a Red Cross volunteer. Some of his clothing still littered the scene.
Again, some of these reports, that's blurred, but viewer discretion extra advised through some of these reports. I'm sure YouTube will age restrict this now, but sometimes these videos have extra graphic content beyond what we usually see.
We visited on June the 6th. Using Planet Labs satellite images, we were able to determine that the burned out vehicle was there on March the 19th, during the Russian occupation.
3 березня він зник, він поїхав вивезти свою сім'ю і на зворотньому шляху він пропав. 35 років, в нього залишилась мама, жінка і 2 діток. Одному 6, другому 1,5.
Not far from Piskotin's body, another one was found, that of 32-year-old Oleksiy Cherkovsky.
Хотів з мамою, з сестрою і зятем виїжджати. Він йшов по паспорт сюди, оказується. І вони, ті русські, його питають, куди ви йдете? Він каже, я в свою хату йду сюди. І потім ми знали, що там ці русські казали, ви туди не йдіть, тому що там ваших трупів лежить. І нас туди не пускали.
In the first days of the occupation, according to eyewitnesses, the Russians shot Yuri Kravchenya outside his house.
Його вбили зразу з автомата в дворі. Його не катували, його просто вбили в дворі. Ми тільки чули автоматний дрот.
Kravchenya lived on Melia Street. It's the main street in the village, running between the towns of Makariv and Borodyanka, where heavy fighting was taking place. And here, next to an electricity substation, another body was found, Ihor Yermakov. Witnesses say Russian soldiers took him from his home on March the 2nd.
Ми просто сказали, командир хоче з тобою поговорити. І його як забрали,
він пішов без сопротивлення,
да.
надіясь, що просто поговорить і вернеться.
Ukrainian law enforcement have a specific suspect for Yermakov's murder, a Russian soldier named Daniel Frolkin. Witness testimony says Russian soldiers struck Yermakov several times, forcing him to his knees, and then shot him in the head.
Absolute subhuman pieces of garbage. That's why we call them orcs, because they're not humans.
A Russian news website, iStories, reported on August the 15th that Frolkin had confessed to murdering a civilian in Andriivka.
Look at these thugs.
But this could not be independently verified.
Yeah, y'all with his hat backwards, y'all get fucking smoked against NATO forces, dude. Y'all are lucky, swear to God, bro.
These photos were taken on a phone that Russian troops seized from a villager.
Look at these
and later
clowns.
discarded. The men are members of the 64th Guards Motor Rifle Brigade, which also served at the site of the notorious massacre in Bucha, 20 kilometers away. 2 more bodies were found in a farm building. They were former classmates Ihor Savran and Volodymyr Pozharnikov, both 46 years old.
Ігор це тут, а Вовка туди лежав. Той на боку, а той договорив.
Вовка, він був водителем. Він їздив на фурі останнім часом.
А Ігор?
Та він, мабуть, десь в охрані. Я чогось...
Ну, щось таке. У судово-медичній експертизі що було зазначено?
Кульове поранення в грудну клітину. Там кількості не написано.
More bodies were found on Freedom Street. Eyewitnesses said that a vehicle appeared several times in one day, carrying soldiers dressed in black who were intentionally shooting people. Vitaly Kubakevich, Vadim Hanyuk and Ruslan Yaremchuk were all shot in the legs and in the back of the head. Witnesses said they were found with their hands tied behind their backs.
12 числа їх розстріляли за півгодини 3 чоловік. Яремчука Руслана першого, другого мого брата Кібукевич Віталія, третього Ганюка Вадима.
Vitaly Kubakevich and Hanyuk had evacuated their families and were alone. Locals said Kubakevich was found in a utility building on his farm and Hanyuk was in his cellar.
Він саме строїтель такий, бо він оце ж цього погреба сам зробив усе. Ніхто навіть не думав, що це таке буде, вбивати будуть. Да. Хіба ж вони воювали з воїнами? Вони з людьми воювали.
Це у нього діти залишилися?
Ну, хлопчик, один хлопчик, оце 5 повних років, у грудні 6 буде.
A villager says he found Yaremchuk's body the same day.
Вийшов на лавочку, і ушли, кацапчики ушли, почули. Я заходжу, бачу, а він за хатою лежить. Ну його з цього, не з калаша, а з ПМа.
A rumour went around the village that some of the people who'd been shot had signed up for Ukraine's territorial defence forces before the war started, and that the Russians had obtained lists of those men.
У мене 100% їх не було, цих списків. Списки ці були першочергово, які зроблені. Я завіз їх у Макарівську ОТГ. І остальні списки були в ноутбуці спеціаліста. Ноутбук вона забрала і списки ці не могли нікуди попасти. Розстріляні хлопці є, які взагалі не були ні в теробороні, ніде, їх розстріляли. Про що ми тоді будемо говорити, про які списки?
But in Andriivka, people are asking, could someone have informed for the Russians?
До мене приїхало 2 БМП, до мами моєї. І шукали мене там. Якщо навіть хтось співпрацював зі мною, також мають відповідати за це все. Ми всі живемо в одному. У селі, будемо говорити, їмо з одної миски. Бог все бачить, і Бог все розсудить.
Guys, sus as hell, though.
Люди, які цим займаються, і люди мають бути покарані.
Sus.
One other body was found at a house on Freedom Street.
Everybody all catch everything that he just said? They had Russians show up to his house. The names were just lost on ironically, a laptop. Saying that the person responsible should be found.
Was Ivan Rybitsky. He was buried in a garden.
Все, що мені відомо по смерті мого брата, це те, що в його хату росіяни, коли ввійшли, вони домагалися дружини мого брата. Брат кричав: "Не чіпайте мою жінку". Він намагався якомога захистити свою дружину. Після того кудись його виводили ті росіяни.
Viktor Rybitsky says his brother was not shot, his face was slashed with a blade. On the edge of Andriivka, there was a small men's health facility that is now in ruins after shelling. One of the patients here was also killed, Andriy Kostetsky.
У нього пробита нога була, це є відкритий перелом ноги, і все обличчя було в осколках. Він кров'ю зайшов. От поранення. Вони щось кинули тоді з танка, вони думали, що він буде щось там на них кидати, біг ховатися.
Це російські солдати такі були?
Так, да, ну і з танків як їхали.
Another body, that of Yevhen Stepanyuk, was only found after the occupation.
Випадково побачили, що тут знаходиться ще одне тіло. Він не був похований, як всі, а був чуть-чуть прикопаний, присипаний землею. Перед цим ми знали, що шукають Степанюка Євгенія, дружина і донька, і він був зниклий. Ми не знали, чи він потрапив в полон, чи, можливо, він загинув. І коли розкрили тіло, то побачили, що це Євгеній, тому що для нього було притаманно багато татуювань.
His body was discovered by a woman who returned to the village after it was liberated.
Тут я тільки приїхала перший день, я поняла, що тут хтось закопаний. Насипаний було, уровніло так зровняно, і стояла лопата. Кухня вся була залита кров'ю. І коври, і постелі.
Wow. So she's showing the pictures of how they trashed the place on the phone. Just trashed it.
The youngest person killed during the Russian occupation was 23-year-old Anton Ishenka. This man, Vasil, found the body near his garden. Vasil and two other Ukrainians had been held captive by Russians.
Orc hunters, time to hunt one. Goodbye, Steven. Thanks for trying out.
Soldiers. At one point, he was replaced by Ishenka and freed.
Коли посадили цього Антона, то ті два хлопці залишалися, Антона взяли і повели. Потім хлопці чули постріли, і Антон більше не повернувся. Ну, по всій вірогідності його застрелили і тягнули оце сюди, його тут кинули. Люди ходили, шукали, приходили одні, другі, треті, ні, не наш, ні, не наш. І потім вже прийшла ця мама. Сказала,
Wow. The entire country is going to be messed up for a very long time after this.
The body of Andriy Rudenko was found. His daughter showed us the spot.
І ось це місце. Ось тут він лежав, ось так от. Тут ще лежав плащ, а он він лежить. Плащ, на якому його сюди то лі перенесли, то лі що, я так і до сих пор не знаю.
Oksana says he disappeared during the occupation.
Я почекала день, в суботу вранці я не витримала, пішла до них, до російських солдат туди в центр. Я підняла руки, тому що переживала, щоб мене не стріляли в мене. Підняла руки і йшла до них туди. Я до них близько не підійшла, вони не пустили. Вони почали казати «стой». От я почала кричати «відпустіть мого чоловіка, будь ласка». Вони мені сказали «іди домой отсюда, не приходи сюди більше». А я все одно стояла, кричала, їм кажу «відпустіть мого чоловіка». От. Вони почали стріляти в небо. Я думаю, якщо чоловіка немає, ще якщо я не повернусь додому, у мене 2 дітей.
Wow,
Ну, і після того ми більше ніколи не бачили Андрія.
Three other residents of the village died during shelling. The nearby hamlet of Chervona Hirka, which has around 100 residents, is within Andriivka's administrative boundaries. On February the 27th, the day the Russians captured the village, Petro Ostapovsky died in front of his wife and daughter.
Чоловік пішов до хазяйства кормить, а ми стояли, вийшли з хати і отак от стали возле ступеньок. А ракета, мабуть, оттуда десь летіла і прямо в нього рука, нога, голова. Ой, важко це казати, звісно, і там воронка є, і з нього вещі всі порвало.
The remains of the rockets still littered the farm when we visited on June the 10th. The house had burned down after the attack, so Irina and her daughter were now living with another family. Another house that burned down after shelling was number 54 Victory Street. A neighbour said bones in the house were those of Ivan Salyuk.
Бо його ж ще не поховали. Ну, сказали, що треба ж ДНК, а 2 місяці вроді то треба ждати було. А нашу ДНК, як я знаю, що це він.
The third shelling victim was Lyudmila Kardash. She was a patient at a women's health facility just down the street from the men's facility hit by artillery fire. She was seriously injured in the attack.
Дирка була такого приблизно розміру на спині, і нирка торчала. І, ну, чим було? Ми отак по сусідських аптечках мусили брати, в кого перекись, в когось мазь Вишневського, в кого марганцовку. Чим могли, промивали. Ну, 2 дні дуже мучилася. Вона знала, що вона буде вмирати.
Wow.
In the course of a Russian occupation lasting just over a month, 17 people were killed. A further 6 people died of natural causes, compared to 3 in 2021 and no deaths in March 2020. Stress, a lack of medicines, and the inability to see a doctor during the occupation may have played a role in some or all of those deaths.
Wow. Horrible. So that was a story of 17 people that were killed. 17 people that have been killed in the month-long occupation of a Ukrainian village called Andriivka, which has had a population of just over 1,000. It's been liberated now, thank goodness, by the Ukrainians and the counteroffensives in the south. But these are some stories now that, I mean, after post-occupation in some of these villages and cities. Thank goodness it's been liberated by the Ukrainians. I'm going to scroll down now. We have the timeline to go through from Rob Lee. Puts a nice, neat... Actually, no, we need John Sweeney first, and then we have Rob Lee. Going through some of John Sweeney's updates. Comment in the chat where you're tuning in from if you haven't. Check in what city, what state you're watching from. Make sure you've liked the video, you're subscribed to the channel. Notification bell on. Goal to reach 40,000 subs. I'm at 39,000. Jeez, come on. Come on, John. All right, John's like a seasoned reporter. That means I can do memes when I'm reporting too. Then a Bakhmut threesome. Orange hats in the chat. All right, War Diary, day 179. The living dead of Bakhmut and other zombies. Day 179.
The ace of Vladimir Putin's war. You want to empty a city of 100,000 people, you do a Bakhmut. This is what Vladimir Putin's killing machine did to Bakhmut. The city is pretty much empty. There's maybe 1,000 people left. Middle-aged couples walking home laden with water because the water is cut. A guy runs a kebab shop, the last one in town, where he had something to eat. An old lady in a kiosk selling Coke and iced tea, not very cold. And a beautiful old lady, a member of the aristocracy of the human soul, who I think has been disabled her whole life. She's wheelchair bound, electricity is gone, but she doesn't want to leave because she organises the aid for the disabled people here, some of whom are paralysed, and she fears that if she goes there will be nobody to look after her flock, if you like. We're going to try and do something to help her get some kind of electricity supply so she can communicate with her aid donors and contact with the outside world. You could call these people the walking dead of Bakhmut. There's a bit of... I think that's incoming. But I'm also thinking about the walking dead, the other walking dead, people in Westminster and in Britain and in Europe and in the United States who don't get what Vladimir Putin's doing, who kind of want to appease him. And there's no chance of that whatsoever. If we appease him, we're foolish. That's outgoing. But we've got to stand up to Vladimir Putin's killing machine, or else the whole of Ukraine will be like what's behind me. By the way, I'm freelance. I'm here at my own expense. So if you can bung a quid to me on Patreon, that would be lovely. Simple message to Vladimir Putin. Vladimir Putin, do fuck off.
Do fuck off. Next update: Lumumba Street in Bakhmut. I didn't have an issue saying that earlier. Now I am. Lumumba Street in Bakhmut. Our end is held by Ukrainians, the other by Russians. The Russian front from the Ukrainian positions, or where the Ukrainians have Bakhmut, is 2.5 miles away.
The Patrice Lumumba Street, there is the Russian army.
Lumumba
this end
Street
is held by the Ukrainians, that end by the Russians. There's a little bit of an artillery duel. What's sort of irritating is that the moment you switch your camera off, it goes bang, bang, bang. Some of the time, earlier today, from a distance, we heard an awful lot of artillery. Now, it just pops up every now and then. But this war is real, and right now, the only reason I'm able to say these words is because between me and the Russian army, there's a whole number of Ukrainian army soldiers who are defending my right to free speech. Democracy must be defended. Free speech does not come free. Love from the wrong end of Bakhmut.
All right. Reporting from Bakhmut. War Diary, day 179. Broken Pixel USA. So that's, Broken Pixel UA, Vladimir Dumchenko. And I argue about Vladimir Putin's war versus Russia's war.
Called Technicum. Basically it's a high school, it's like special school where people go for education after school, but not university. It's something between the school and university.
And it's been smashed to pieces.
Yeah, I think there is the biggest hole, if you will show you
wow.
our audience what's going on. And don't look like a military was here. No?
No military at all that I can see outgoing?
Yeah.
Good. So The argument we keep on having is, I say this is Vladimir Putin's war. What do you think?
Yeah, Vladimir Putin came and just pushed the button and ruined it. No, of course. And you know what? If you will show this building to Russians, I'm sure 80% of them will be like, yeah. It's definitely a reason to kill Ukrainians, 100%.
I don't trust Russian opinion polls because people know that if they say something critical of the regime or do something critical of the regime, they can end up in prison or they may die. So
John,
I don't trust those numbers.
I think your problem is you're not a Russian speaker, and I am. And I reading what they're writing in their books, newspapers, in their social media, which is even more important. And it's real people. And man, what they're writing, it's awful. And you know what? After 14, Ukraine was telling like to a world
outgoing.
Like outgoing. They are crazy. And man, even those liberals who you support now, after EU said that they will provide a visa ban, they said, okay, we will switch from like peaceful people to a nuclear threat. Man, this is the real liberal who will just like that say, okay, you will take our visa away, we will push a nuclear button.
And this, by the way, this isn't just Vlad or Vovo talking. This is a common view of many, nearly all of my Ukrainian friends think the same as him.
Because they are crazy. They want to use a nuclear weapon.
I don't think they're going to do that, but we can carry on arguing because it is a democracy. We have a simple message from Bakhmut to Vladimir Putin. It goes like this: Vladimir Putin, do fuck off.
So again, disagreement between John and Vladimir, saying that he said 80% of Russians support what Putin's doing, kind of saying that, or framing that many Russians are supporting what is going on in Ukraine, saying that did Vladimir Putin push the button to send the missile to the school? And then, so that's back and forth, some debate going on. What do y'all think? Do you think it's, maybe we should do a poll in our chat? Who is to blame for on... I'll put a poll in our chat while we listen to the next one. Alexander Dugin walked out on me when I challenged him about Vladimir Putin's anti-democracy. I feel sorry for his daughter, but they are fascists who demanded the blood of Ukrainians. Who killed her is a dark mystery. Kremlin black op likely. Very murky. So this is John Sweeney's interview with Alexander Dugin. John Sweeney in the trenches.
The election of Donald Trump a victory for Vladimir Putin?
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
Was the election of Donald Trump a victory for Vladimir Putin?
I'm absolutely sure that you overestimate our possibilities. We are happy that American people has made such a choice, but I am absolutely sure that our influence on the free choice of American people was strictly zero. We are...
Absolutely zero.
Zero.
Some in Team Trump go along with this. They deny the Russian hacking and blame US intelligence for spreading the story.
The Central Intelligence Agency has a horrific record. They lied to us about Benghazi. They lied to us about Vietnam. They lied to us about the Kennedy assassination. They're spies. Spies lie. And it is in their interest to build up this bogeyman of Russia to delegitimize Donald Trump's presidency.
Democracy is under fire in Russia since Putin came to power. More than 20 opposition figures and journalists have been killed. People ask questions about Vladimir Putin's commitment to democracy.
But please be careful. And you could not teach us democracy because you're trying to impose to every people, every state, American system of values without asking. And it is absolutely racist. You are racist.
In Russia, the pro-Kremlin camp doesn't like being challenged.
We don't know.
But what happens is, if you're critical of Vladimir Putin, you may end up dead.
For example, if you are engaged in WikiLeaks, you can be murdered.
Julian Assange is dead, is he?
Not, but the people...
So hold on a second. Please, tell me about Boris Nemtsov. He was murdered 100 yards from...
By Putin? You think he was murdered by Putin?
So where he was critical of Putin. Can you tell me, can you list the number of American journalists who have died under Obama?
It is completely stupid kind of conversation.
Okay, very
Please,
good.
I'm very nice to meet you, but I don't like to continue.
So, do you think Mr. Trump will make the world a safer place?
Oof. Oof. So that's Dugan. That's the guy who was targeted, but his daughter was killed instead. Another day at the office. John Sweeney. Here he is now in Ukraine. War Diary, day 180. Bakhmut, bang, bang.
War Diary, day 180. I'm in the center of Bakhmut again. There's some people around. As you can see the lady in the yellow jersey, but behind there's an old gentleman and his dog slowly making their way across the main square. It's pretty grim. Vlad, we went to a shop and we met Marina, who was great. What did she say?
Marina said that her life is destroyed. She was a very successful businessman according to Bakhmut level. She is owner of 2 shops. She managed to buy apartment for each of her kids, which I think main target for every parents here in Ukraine. And now everything ruined, and she attached to it, and she don't want to leave because it's her business here, it's her life here, and she's nobody outside of Bakhmut. But she lives in the most dangerous place of the city.
Yeah,
that's insane, to be honest. And you know what these signs behind us mean? Like on the top, like this sign.
Yeah.
It means like Bakhmut to Wroclaw, 1,600 hryvnia. It's just like incredible. From here, like only a couple months ago, half a year ago, you can take a bus and go straight to European Union from this square.
And now you can't. It's today it feels more creepy and frightening than yesterday. The cars, the army cars and the civilian cars moving around faster. There's kind of more noise going out, incoming, and the Russian army it's slow, but it keeps on coming.
I think John needs to buy a mic, because actually you can't hear all sounds of explosion around, because wind is blowing hardly and you miss it, like, but for real it's just like boom, boom.
Are you calling me an amateur?
Yeah, you don't have a mic.
Yeah, fair enough. Right, there's an investment. So, Vladimir Putin, do fuck off. Love from Bakhmut.
Do F off. War Diary, day 180. Just John reporting from Bakhmut. Here's some more. Some more from John. Lots of updates today.
It's another day at the office. And it feels like I'm in a time machine. Going back to 1914-18, you can hear the crumps, and as I get in here, I'm in a concrete bunker. I don't know if you can see it, but let's show it, turn it around. This is where the guys sleep. 4 beds.
Wow, look at that.
And the rest of it is... So, Vladimir Putin, you've managed to turn a country at peace in the 21st century into something from the Somme. Do fuck off.
When he looks away from the camera, that's like the best part. When he says do fuck off and then like promptly looks away from the camera afterwards, that's like the best. War Diary, day 180, trench system. So more from John.
180. Bakhmut's that way. The Russian army's to my left. If I flip the camera, you'll see what's happening.
Wow,
this is
dude.
A trench which the Ukrainian army...
I don't know if he's going to touch on this, but it looks, I mean, this is going to turn into like mud in the wintertime when the snow comes, and it's going to become very different in this trench than it is right now.
Army has prepared earlier Does it say on blue pizza?
When we were in basic training in the army, you got to do what's called like a nick at night. That's what we call it. But it's like a simulated, you're like in a trench and you got to climb up over the trench, over the top, and like low crawl for like, I think it's like 2 football field lengths underneath like barbed wire, and there's like machine gun fire going over your head. It's at nighttime, and there's like more like mock fake mortar rounds going off on the ground. Like, it was wild. But that's like the closest to a trench system I got to, was sitting in that trench before we had to climb up over it. I couldn't imagine this. We were not trained to fight in trenches, that's for sure. We were taught like how to survive in a forest environment or like in a field environment. I was like trained in how to dig a fighting position and hold a fighting position down in like a wooded area, or like a or something like this. Or especially we were trained in urban environments and urban tactics and warfare, but not how to fight in a trench and how to live in a trench.
Vlad, having a gossip. Excuse me, chaps. And so this is a bit weedy here because it's not actually in super active service. Here's a couple of doggies.
Oh,
looking after
some war pupperinos.
The gang. They're slightly wary of them because they're a bit...
a diamond dog, if you will. Some diamond dogs out there.
After the gang. They're slightly wary of them because they're a bit shell-shocked. A tank targeted this place and has been doing so for a number of days. Hit it at least twice, or hit the ground very close twice. What's so... Hi mate, how are you? Bloody awful.
Here.
This is good.
We live in here.
Sure, you live in here?
Here, yeah.
Okay, show me.
Wow.
Wow. Very good. Very good.
All right. We win always.
Good. A message to Vladimir Putin.
Putin хуйло.
Which means Putin's a dickhead, the way I would like to say. Vladimir Putin, do fuck off.
Fuck off, yes. Putin is хуйло.
Putin's a dickhead. Cheers, pal. Take care.
Huilo? That's dickhead in Ukrainian.
There's a line from Wilfred Owen. I too saw God smile through mud. Same.
John walking through the trenches in Bakhmut. Here's more. War Diary Day 180. British meals are ready to eat for Ukrainian army in the trenches. Some British MREs.
Botsman. Vadim.
Botsman.
Yeah.
Please. So, folks, this is. You can see it. You can see the Union Jack. It's from Britannia. This is so it's.
The British get their MREs in a handbag, dude. Look at that. Come on. Really, Brits? Really, United Kingdom? Y'all need your MREs in a handbag too? Y'all are that bougie? They get it in a handbag.
British meals ready to eat. Can you open it? Open it.
Yeah.
Oh,
Cheers.
man.
So this is a gift.
It's got a handle on it.
From the British taxpayer, and I'm very proud to be one.
Hey, I'm not knocking it, but that's funny.
Don't mess with Botsman. Isn't that nice? So what we got?
Coffee.
Coffee, great.
Milk.
That's bigger coffee than we get. That's more than we get.
Premium hot dogs. Fantastic.
Oh, what?
Yeah. Chocolate.
What the fuck, dude? We had like M&Ms and shit in ours, but they were hard as a fucking rock in there.
Drink.
We had that look similar. That's like a protein or like a chocolate powder. Yeah. Drink powder. That's similar.
Drink. Cake.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Stop rubbing it in.
Nuts.
Wow.
And bacon.
They get 2 meats in theirs? So they got canned bacon grill, and they had the like little sausages. Oh my god, dude. They were eating good in the UK military.
To save the water.
To save the water.
And
a fork.
Of course.
Very good. Right then. So,
wow.
Actually,
they got spam in there.
I'm rather proud of that. God save the Queen.
God saves the Queen.
That sucks. Like we used to fight over like 1 or 2 MREs, like the taco. The taco because it had tortillas in it. And that was like a delicacy. Or like sometimes you'd get Skittles in your MRE. Or you got, I don't know. But they got whole canned goods in there. That would be fire. Nothing, no, that you would, no system to heat up your food though. Likely why they get canned goods. I don't know. Maybe I don't know the benefit. I did like being able to heat up my food though sometimes, depending on what MRE it was, because some MREs eating it cold was just disgusting. But I don't know. Having canned items in there I would choose that over the bagged foods that we had to heat up with the heater. Another diamond dog. Another war pupperino. Trench dog. War Diary Day 180. Sweet ownerless dog looked after by the soldiers. Ukrainian chopper swings by. He misses the chopper. Oops. Turn that up a little bit.
Yeah, tell me about the dog.
Aww.
So
She's named Жанна. We call she's Жанна.
And she's got no owners. No, she's got no owners, yeah? She's lost home. She's homeless. And she came to you.
Come to us, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Come to us and live with us.
When the Russian tanks fire, is she okay? Bang! Is she okay?
Very nice doggy.
Very nice doggy. Mm.
Very pretty eyes on the dog. Yeah.
Oh.
Helicopters.
Russian or Ukrainian?
Ukrainians.
Good. Cheers. Yeah.
Wow. War pupperino. And then the latest from John, picture popped by the local vineyard in Bakhmut, which Gherkin says has been taken by the Russian army. Not yet. At a local vineyard in Bakhmut, you can see it's been shelled in the background. All right, now we get to Rob Lee. Combat footage timeline. Yeah, videos to go through. Lots of videos to go through on this Monday. Hit the like button if you guys haven't. Trying to get to 500 likes. We're at 473. Hit that like button. Going through some combat footage. 21. Oh, no. It's within the last 24 hours I go through in terms of combat footage coming out of Ukraine. Footage of the aftermath of a Ukrainian strike on a warehouse in Donetsk. Dang. Oof. Beef taco. Oof. More positions in Russian-controlled territory getting hit. It's an ammunition depot. Secondary strikes. They had ammo in that thing. Wow, continue on. So that's in the city of Donetsk in Ukraine. Video from Ukraine's border service of artillery strikes on a Russian ZSU 23-4 Shilka in Kharkiv. Oh, this thing's the one. It's like their AA gun counter. I'm struggling with the word right now. The 234 Shilka. What's that? Let me just look it up. What it is really fast. Soviet-propelled radar-guided anti-aircraft weapon. There we go. That's it. It's a radar-guided anti-aircraft weapon. It's got the AA guns in the front. Can you order MREs? Do you want? Maybe we should do an MRE eating one time on the stream. I'll show y'all how to cook them. That's the one advantage over here on Mercado Media is I'm a veteran, so I served. I know many military things. Also, we smoke over here. You can go get one at like a local surplus store too. Video of LNR tankers training in the Siversk area. Looks like one T-72 AV and another T-72. So this is in Siversk, east of Sloviansk in the Donbass. Future TOW missile victims. T-72s here. The Lugansk, the LPR's training. They won't go fight in Donetsk though. John with a super chat. Vets are heroes. Great stream tonight, Andrew. Thank you so much, John. $10 super chat. Almost ran into the tree. Almost got stuck on the tree, dude. So again, that is the LNR tankers, the Lugansk Republic fighters that are training in the Siversk area. Well, it says that they're in the Siversk area, but that looks like training to me. Video of a Russian VDV BMD4M. Coach Brian says, hey guys, let's get 500 likes for the GOAT Mahomes. Oh, Mercado. Coach Brian's a Mahomes fan, Chiefs fan. Video of Russian VDV BMD4M. And I'm a diehard Vikings fan, so that's why. Russian vehicles. Notice how the Z's just like a part of the camo now.
Под Николаевым заехали в посадку, начали окапываться. Маскировали БМД-4. Потом увидели «Газель», остановили. В «Газели» оказались 4 военнослужащих украинской армии. Взяли в плен, нашли «Джавулинг» один. Ехала колонна танков чужая.
That's a Dishka 50 cal.
Они подумали, что засада.
Right here in their fighting position. Just showed that. 50 cal, big gun right there.
Они подумали, что засада, и начали уезжать. Уехало только 2 рыси и все. Остальную колонну всю разбомбили. Встали сюда, когда приехали. На 3-й день по фронту ехала колонна. Тоже всю развалили.
Right. So again, that showed the Russian Russian VDV BMD 4M vehicles. Here's Wagner Group BMP-2 and a T-72B in the Bakhmut area. So the Wagner private military contractors. Shooting at the air? Okay. That showcased a BMP-2 and a T-72B in Bakhmut. Video from Ukraine, SSL of the destruction of the bridge in Svitarisk from June. So that's from the Svitarisk bridge. That's prevented the Russians from advancing from Izium. That's up in north of Sloviansk. Video of Russian anti-aircraft missiles striking the ground in Zelenivka in Kherson Oblast. Russian anti-aircraft missile failures? Oof. Oof. Russian anti-aircraft missile failures.
Ого. Ого. ПВОшка промазала. Охуеть. Не взорвалася в небі. Чи що це?
Not good to, you're trying to shoot the missiles down, not have the missiles return and hit yourself. It's like shooting yourself in the foot, only with missiles, and likely killing civilians in the process doing that. Video of DNR fighters firing Kontkurts ATGMs at Ukrainian positions, reportedly in the Krasnoyarivka area. So this is the Donetsk People's Republic fighters firing Kontkurts ATGMs at Ukrainian positions. So they were reportedly shooting at Ukrainian positions here.
Веди ее! Опускай!
Привет, укропом от второго.
And that's that. So that's the DNR fighters in the Krasnoyarivka area. The commander of the FSB Spetsnaz unit, possibly Special Purpose Center, in Vovoschansk in the Kharkiv Oblast with additional helmet armor.
В чем как бы основная, может быть, сложность или на что вот обращает внимание непосредственно при охране вот таких вот крупных праздничных общественных мероприятий на освобожденных территориях?
Во-первых, это количество людей. К сожалению, в этом количестве людей мы не можем 100% иметь гарантию, что есть, так сказать, доброжелатели этого всего. Поэтому мы полностью обеспечиваем весь периметр и безопасность всех, кто приходит на этот праздник. Как с земли, так и с воздуха.
Может быть, были уже какие-то случаи, когда, ну вот, например, вот машина сейчас вот пытается как заехать, вот ее останавливают.
Да, мы берем полностью в два кольца.
And this shit's not even either. That's what's even funnier. This is like, I don't know what's going on. It's just, I don't even know.
Даже, возможно, даже в три.
They can't even manufacture that to like be even. This one's like got like a, this one's leaning.
Данное мероприятие, и тем самым очень тяжело что-либо кому пройти, проехать или просто быть незамеченным в толпе.
А до этого, может, в практике уже были такие случаи, когда удавалось кого-то выявить, как-то нейтрализовать?
Да, у нас тоже есть свои люди, которые работают непосредственно в толпе, и тем самым высматривают, как себя ведет народ, что делает, какие разговоры, и тем самым все видится и слышится.
Спасибо.
So, all right, that's again the commander of the FSB Spetsnaz. Any information on a helmet? This guy is 100% alpha. Comes up as Predator or STD guy if you do a search for him. Pretty notable in competition and calendar photo sets. Oh dear. I don't even know if I can. No neck protection if wearing body armor. Meanwhile, on the front line. For real. They're frontline troops. I found where he's standing in Vovoschansk in the Kharkiv Oblast in Ukraine. The square behind him and the building on his right hand. So that's where they're standing. There's with the monument. Internet will figure out everything. And they'll find you. Yeah. Looking ass. Trying to be like a Spartan or something. I don't even know. FSB commander. Video of a Stugna P ATGM strikes by Ukrainian Marines on a Russian Tiger vehicle. So you got Stugna P strikes from the Ukrainian Marines on a Russian MRAP.
Якщо ви сюди зайдете, ви звідси вже ніколи не вийдете. Це ми вам обіцяємо. Добро пожаловать в ад!
He's in the chat. So that was Stugna P strikes on Russian Tiger vehicles. Here's a video. Okay, we got two videos, looks like. Oh, so that was the strikes on the Russian Tiger vehicle. Now here's a BMD-2 on No, don't go into Ukraine. Here's more footage of the tiger being struck. Oh, no. A couple of them didn't. A couple of them didn't there. Oof. Video of a Russian MTLB on fire in the Izium area. MTLB cooking. Roasting or having a smoke session inside of the MTLB. Ukrainians keep telling Russians that it's dangerous to smoke around their military equipment. They're not listening. They continue to chain smoke cigs. Video from Ukraine's 40th Artillery Brigade using UAVs to correct artillery fire and drop munitions. Oh yeah, Carol, we probably got like 4-hour coverage tonight. A lot happened today. Lots of video updates. It's a big week. So these streams might be a little longer this week, y'all. Videos will be posted to the channel afterwards, so if you got to dip out, you can catch the rest whenever. Wow. So again, that's Ukraine's 40th Artillery Brigade using UAVs to correct artillery fire and then strike in Russian positions. Video showing UAV in the Black Sea Fleet headquarters from 2 days ago. Nothing but Russian L's, dude. You got that anti-aircraft system that we learned has like an AA gun on it. Nope. All those shots missed the UAV. You could hear it. The UAV was making that noise at the beginning that sounded like a weed whip. Right there, you can hear it kick in right there. It goes. That's the UAV. I'm gonna do it one more time. Is it loud enough? All right, max volume. It was kind of faint there for a second, then the dog started barking, but if you listen close, you can hear it. Here's a video of a Ukrainian Mi-8 helicopter. Loss. Ukrainian Mi-8 helicopter shot down. Posted from TikTok. Servicemen from Russia's 810th Naval Infantry Brigade reportedly in the Vehorivka area near the town of Vuhledar. So Russian soldier combat footage.
Окей, находимся мы в знаменитой Егоровке. Позывной мой Махорыч, я командир разведотряда. Наша задача осмотреть объект 1, объект 2, сделать видео-фотосъемку, выйти на НП номер 1, визуально посмотреть, изменилось ли что-нибудь у противника по линии лесополосы, встретиться с ребятами, узнать у них, снять с них информацию, что они скажут, все, и свалить отсюда. Погода говно, поэтому мы счастливы. Птицы не летают, ничьи, ни их, ни наши. Мы все мокрые, но мы счастливые.
All up in the civilians' houses.
Вот так, друзья, преодолеваем маршрут. Времени очень мало. Задача должна быть выполнена. Пытались переждать дождь, но он не заканчивается. Проходим через Егоровку.
Вот, пожалуйста. Она вся улица такая, раскудячная.
Это мы уже к краю деревни приближаемся, да?
Да, вот там будет край, восточная часть, зона нашей ответственности.
So again, this is Russian troops, showing video of them in Vuhledar.
Вот крайняя улица деревни, за которой начинаются поля, и на некотором удалении лесополоса. Разбито здесь все. На каком удалении противника здесь? 1300 метров.
Alright. Getting muddy foot, hopefully. Trench foot. Video of a damaged Russian Cam AZ truck, troop transport vehicle, and many other purposes. Similar to like our... I'm trying to think of the... Similar to like our LMTVs that we have in the U.S. military. Video of a Russian Ka-52 and an Mi-28N helicopters in Ukraine as part of the Central Military District's grouping. So, Russian Ka-52 and Mi-28 helicopters.
По моей команде. Маневр. Справа.
Справа. Гепард.
Гадаешь? Давай крути
Крен,
родной.
бели.
All right, so that's showing Ka-52 helicopters and Mi-28N helicopter. Just asking preference. I usually, for a couple months, I kept the coverage to like 2 to 2.5 hours. Lately, I've been going just as long as it takes, trying to find even more information and expand the coverage. And it's pushing it to 4 hours, 3.5 hours to 4 hours. Tonight's gonna be longer than 4. It is what it is. We'll play video games afterwards. Snack Squad. Video of artillery strikes by Ukraine's 3rd Tank Brigade on Russian positions. Know what your branch was, your years of service, and your MOS. I'm U.S. Army veteran. Years I served from 2012 to 2020. 4 years active duty, 4 years in the reserves. 88 Mike, 539th Transportation Company in Alaska. Fell under USARAC, U.S. Army Alaska. We were under the 2nd Engineer Brigade, and then that folded, and then we were under USARAC. And then I was in the Army Reserves in the 353rd Transportation Company and the 203rd Transportation Company in Arden Hills, Minnesota, and Buffalo, Minnesota. One tour to the Middle East in support of Operation Enduring Freedom. Yeah, the trolls went to bed. It's a chill chat right now.
Получается, все подвалы здесь оборудованы под огневые точки.
Да, да. Обычно жилой дом. Были также и образцы иностранного вооружения, снайперские винтовки американского производства, также производство реплики. То есть на них написано «Укроп», но изначально это были американские винтовки.
Some of the jet battles in the air. So quick, well, we have 13 Bravo in the Army from 2010 to 14. Fort Lewis, Washington, Army 91 Echo, Allied Trade Specialist. So did you do like stuff at the ports, I'm guessing? I never heard of that MOS. That sounds interesting. United States Air Force 76 to 2000. Strategic Air Command. 51 Romeo, U.S. Army Reserves. 85 to 97, 19 Delta Cav Scout. 11 Charlie, 04 to 10, 2 tours. 5 ADF. Yeah, I was born in Minnesota. I was born in Monticello.
Это здание почты, оно, собственно, использовалось как укрепление, потому что толстые стены,
и окна были заложены мешками с коробкой.
Сколько здесь человек стояло?
В целом в деревне больше 100, это точно.
Используют они авиацию здесь?
Вертолеты Ми-8 в основном у них остались. Иногда Су-25, но, думаю, последние единицы какие-то.
Сейчас наши летят?
Да.
All right, so that is, and again, the Wagner fighters and the Bakhmut front. And then it showed the Mi-24 at the very end there. Here's a Russian soldier with the SVD captured in Mulyuk and a Makarov pistol. In a trench. Russian soldier. Here's more video of servicemen from the Pacific Fleet's 155th Naval Infantry Brigade in the Vuhledar area with a BMP-3, a Tiger M, a T-80 BVM tank with some improvised armor. So this is the Russian Pacific Fleet in Vuhledar. Got the big V on that. Got a Tiger vehicle.
На виде шороха они не ожидали то, что такой будет от нас напор. У нас есть отдельный экипаж, который можно гордиться. Товарищи, они на 100 метров подошли к вражеским окопам и вели прямой огонь по противнику.
Они в отчаянии, потому что из радиоперехватов тоже чуть ли не ежедневно просят, чтобы им дали приказ на отход, отойти с этих позиций. Там, я так понимаю, их не жалеют.
The Russian soldiers in Vuhledar. There's additional armor below the reclit ERA blocks under the turret, which we've seen on other tanks. The Konkat blocks added to the sides and additional armor, so this is like reactive armor that's being added. Low quality reactive armor. Not cope armor, but still low quality. Second half of the video showing an artillery strike. Where's the first half? Oh, this is a video of a Russian tank hitting the mine from the 21st. Boom. Russian tank running over a mine. We also got Rotormax with a $10 super chat. Rotormax coming in hot. Second half of the video showing an artillery strike. Oops. That's really loud. I'm not seeing the connection here. It's too wobbly. Oh, pretty damn accurate, but of course. Mercado Media notified it a bit hypocritical, calling Russian soldiers orcs when you participated in an unjust war. We were not taking villages in Kuwait and in southern Iraq and committing the atrocities that the Russian military is. And any atrocities that were committed by soldiers in the U.S. military went to Leavenworth and faced punishments and weren't given awards like the Russian military is. Ukrainian soldier with drone defender CUAS guns. With the American flag on there. So you got anti-drone guns. Whatever makes me sleep better at night. I sleep very good at night. I sleep great. My DD-214 blanket keeps me safe. A captured Russian Aileron 3 UAV.
Вот такую хуйню, блядь, мы, короче, блядь, приделали.
Не хочу шоргать, блядь. Самохитки.
Вижу всех, смотри, блядь, нахуй. Глазастый, блядь, хуй мордастый, нахуй. Все, блядь, нашим будешь, сука, пида.
Будем ебашить москалей, сука, вот это...
Я вас, суки, запомнил.
Антифашисты, блядь.
А кожен розписався.
Смотрящий, блядь. А мені сфоткайте, я його буду держати, блядь.
Oh, hey, guess what? Thank you so much, Ladybug, for gifting a membership, and shout out to Autism Miguel for getting the membership. Thank you so much for gifting. That's an option here on the YouTube channel. You can gift memberships. YouTube's trying to keep up with Twitch.
Не хочу шоргать, блядь. Самохитки.
Вижу всех, смотри, блядь, нахуй. Глазастый, блядь, хуй мордастый, нахуй. Все, блядь, нашим будешь, сука, пида.
Captured Russian garbage. They signed it.
Антифашисты, блядь.
А кожен розписався.
Смотрящий.
Russian Aileron 3 UAV. Down. What do you, Mateo? I'm not even understanding how you're framing this. So, like, I was 10 years old when the invasion of Iraq started, so I'm not sure what you want me to say about that. I wasn't in media, and in 2012, when I joined, I was sent to Kuwait, and then went to go help with the drawdown of the war in 2012. It wasn't the drawdown at all, but I don't know who the hell, there's no comparison to what is going on in Ukraine to what's going on in Iraq. You can keep trying. It's not gonna go the way you think it is. Donetsk Starbory district. More Russian positions in Donetsk. More Russian positions in Donetsk getting blown up. Yo, what up, CD? Watching Russian positions in Russian occupied territory getting blown up. This is in Donetsk. In the Starbory district. Smoking near an ammunition dumps. Can't be doing that. That's it from Rob Lee. Now we're going to go to the Ukraine War Video Report. Any video that we might have missed through the timeline or just in general. Exhibition of destroyed armaments. So this is what what we saw from Mehmet, which the video is posted to Mercado Media. Exclusive video. Mehmet was on the ground in Kyiv on the street showing the damaged Russian vehicles littered throughout, and there were tons of people that went. Likely why Zelensky's calling for nothing for Ukraine's Independence Day, because this was a lot of people out there. Look at that. There's Putin's his parade he wanted. There's that 40-mile long convoy. It made its way to Kyiv. The irony. Smoking on that 40-mile long convoy pack. made its way there. Voluntary surrender to captivity.
Стоять, автомат на землю! Руки за голову! За голову руки!
Пацаны, все хорошо, как и договаривались. Как и договаривались, все хорошо. Все хорошо, как и договаривались. Пошли. Руки сюда.
No capturing Russian soldiers. Following the laws of war. Bayraktar donated by Lithuania hit Russian targets. Bayraktar. Oh, wow. Oof. That's a Bayraktar drone hitting Russian targets. Salkova near Kherson, Russian air defense rocket failed and returned back. We saw a video of this on the timeline in case you missed it. So this was air defenses trying to shoot down Ukrainian strikes on the city, and it failed, turned around, and hit itself.
Ого! ПВОшка промазала. Охуеть. Не взорвалася в небі. Чи що?
Oof. Great footage of Ukrainian SFO taking out a bridge in the Donetsk region. Oh, this was posted. We saw this video on the timeline from Rob Lee a little earlier. Yo, are they just getting around to this stuff? I swear we watched. If we didn't watch something similar to this already, because I had recognized a flag on one of the tanks that was a Nazi flag, that a pro-Nazi rally that the Russians held. I'm wondering if it's the same video. Let's check it out. So this is showing the Nazis in Russia, and then there's some of the symbolism, and these flags that you're seeing are on the Russian tanks in Ukraine.
Они объявили себя главными антифашистами в мире. Они пытаются навесить ярлык нацистов на украинцев и старательно не замечают свой собственный российский нацизм.
В настоящий момент я приехал убивать украинцев.
Вклад, в котором утверждается, в боевых действиях в Украине принимают участие как минимум две группировки неонацистов – Русский имперский легион и Русич. Пересказ доклада разведчиков опубликовал немецкий еженедельник Der Spiegel, которого является легион, внесли в список террористических организаций США и Канада за продвижение идеологии о превосходстве белой расы и причастность к терактам в третьих странах. Денис Гариев, возглавляющий русский легион, 24 февраля заявил, что выступает за ликвидацию Украины как таковой.
So he's like an admitted Nazi.
Для нас это война, не которую ведет там Путин, Зеленский или кто-то. Для нас это религиозная война против, сначала это было против католичества, униатства, протестантизма.
Проблем сосуществуют и даже воюют рядом с язычниками.
Что ты делаешь сейчас?
Рисую руну. Здесь руна смерти.
Христиан принципиально не берут в группировку Русич, основанную Алексеем Мельчаковым, садистом и живодером. До того, как он взялся убивать людей, Мельчаков шокировал соотечественников убийством щенка. Он снял это на видео и выложил в соцсети.
Wow.
Вот кишки.
Wow. There's a social media profile.
Вот.
Adolf Hitler listed underneath his religion too.
Кишки. Вот уши. Вот горящие жопы.
А теперь коллекционирует собственные фото, на которых держит отрезанные части человеческих тел или позирует рядом с изувеченными трупами. На войне Мельчаков ожидаемо оказался маньяком-садистом, получающим от убийства удовольствие.
Я нацист. Я не буду углубляться. Националист, там, патриот, имперское направление и так далее. Я прям...
Взгляды Мельчакова разделяет и простая русская женщина, его мать. В соцсетях она любит выставлять свое фото юных лет, очевидно, с каких-то давних кинопроб. На нем она в нацистской форме. Российская власть вовсе не преследует доморощенных нацистов. Наоборот, они герои и частые гости на центральных телеканалах. От такого антифашизма
They have them as guests on TV.
оторопел даже депутат Госдумы Анатолий Вассерман. Он написал официальные запросы Генпрокурору и в Следственный комитет. Мол, обратите внимание, участники нацистской группировки «Русич» убивают пленных и совершают военные преступления. В ответ ему порекомендовали не лезть не в свое дело, и Вассерман затих.
He was advised not to meddle in his own business. So this guy was trying to call attention to the Nazis that were taking part, because there's still some great hate between Soviets and the Nazis, obviously. I mean, he's older, so he was probably around during the Soviet Union, and they don't support that at all. So he was trying to call it out, and he was, in response, the Russian government advised him not to meddle in his own businesses.
В российское войско охотно набирают добровольцев с татуировками свастики и тому подобного. А фактически отдельное подразделение российского Минобороны, так называемая группа Вагнера, прославилась невероятной жестокостью и, конечно, проявлениями нацизма. Имеет государственные награды. Вот только под костюмом у него нацистский орел на груди, а на плечах звездочки СС. Хотя российский нацизм – это не только свастики и зигования, и не только маниакальная жестокость многих российских военных, а сама российская идеология, которую проповедует российская власть и охотно подхватывает значительная часть общества.
Те слова, приказы и действия, которые отдает верхушка Российской Федерации, будь то Дмитрий Медведев или Владимир Путин, по своей сути они являются нацистскими. Он отказывает Украине в праве на существование как самостоятельное государство. Уничтожено. И это буквально его заявление. Это буквально и есть нацизм в своем самом яром проявлении.
Вот из свежего. Ведущий радио «Комсомольская правда» призывает расстреливать украинцев и вообще устроить на оккупированных территориях ГУЛАГ.
Саботаж был на начальном периоде просто на всех уровнях. Его расстреляли или нет? Это в начале. Он успел сбежать. А членов семьи не захватили?
Russia saying that they were provoked to do this, it reminds me of like a Karen being inconvenienced by something that's ridiculous. It just reminds me of Karenism, honestly. There's like, seriously.
Что-нибудь такое, вот в духе нашего старого доброго ГУЛАГа, например. А вот они ждут же ГУЛАГа. Ну дайте им ГУЛАГа, например, чтоб шуба завернулась.
В России все эти проявления нацизма, вопреки логике, называют антифашизмом. А тех, кто не верит и протестует, бросают за решетку. Даже специальный закон для этого есть. До 15 лет за правду о войне в Украине. Иногда случается такое, что абсурдно даже для России. Активистку в Москве оштрафовали за плакат «Фашизм не пройдет», поскольку это, по мнению суда, дискредитирует вооруженные силы России. Что ж, похоже, так оно и есть.
Interesting. No, they're not communist. If anything, Russia's showing just how fascist they are. They're like, they can identify as, the irony in that too. We could get into that too if I wanted, but they can identify as communist or whatever, or like tell ignorants that they're communist, but their actions and everything they do just is not communist. They are fascist in every sense of the way. Freedom in Russia Legion downs an Orlan 10 using the KV-SG6 Kerverterus anti-drone gun. Calling Russia communist at this point is clowning. That is not true.
Мы, Легион Свободы России, выполняя свои задачи, приземлили очередной хваленый Орлан. Вначале мы освободим братскую Украину от рашистской нечисти, а потом свою родину от путинского режима. До встречи.
Okay, that was Freedom of Russia Legion downs an Orlan 10. Russia's Kremlin has launched an... Oh, we saw that. We saw that video a little earlier. Some footage of Ukrainian helicopters. Alright. So, short video of Ukrainian helicopters. Here's Russia's losses as of August 22nd. Per Ukraine, and that's lower numbers than what the UK and the US are saying. The US and the UK are saying an upwards of 80,000. So Ukraine's given less numbers than the US and UK intelligence reports. There's a full list of Russia's losses as of the 22nd, looking at about a little over 45,000 soldiers, nearly 2,000 tanks, 4,230 APVs, nearly 830 UAVs, lots of equipment, many soldiers lost, many lives lost in this unnecessary and unjust invasion of Ukraine that continues to happen. And then there's going to be even more Russian soldiers dying in Ukraine. Russian influencer claims through his Telegram channel that as of age... okay, I'm not getting into that. That sounds messy, and I don't know if I can talk about that without community guidelines violations, but it looked like it had to do with consent and minor, and I'm not going to get into that. You can go on Reddit and look at that yourself. A Ukrainian family from Chernihiv makes a new start in Germany. That being said, we're going to leave it there for this evening. Holy cow, 4.5 hours tonight of coverage. I'm starting to feel a little better myself personally, being able to provide longer coverage again. I was just in a rut at the end of the week last week, so I just wasn't live like I was, and I was just having problems. But tonight, please join us on Snack Squad TV. I'm still going to be live. Give me about like 10 minutes. I'm going to go have a safety meeting, and then we're going to play some Spider-Man Remastered on the PC. Kind of get lost in some Spider-Man gameplay. Get away from all the wildness in the world and everything going on. Please join us over on Snack Squad TV YouTube channel. Go over there, drop a subscribe, go support my gaming I'll be live at the State Fair coming up over there on Snack Squad, but mostly here on Mercado Media. We're doing content for Mercado Media or Hunter viewers. Join our Telegram channel. Join the Mercado Media Telegram. Link is in the description. Join the Mercado Media Discord server. Link is in the description. Hit that subscribe button. Notification bell on. Thank you, everybody, for the super chats. Thank you for the super stickers. Thank you to everybody that's a member of the YouTube channel. Again, go support Snack Squad TV YouTube channel. I will be live there in like 10 minutes, hanging out playing Spider-Man. You guys are awesome. If you guys are watching this video after the fact, hit the like, hit the share, hit the subscribe button. Thank you again for tuning in. I'm Andy Mercado from Mercado Media or Cunners. Have a wonderful night. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Take care.